we know that probably we may have even more people than here that are watching this event. So can I have an indication if we have anyone joining us online? So we can acknowledge colleagues that are online as well. So they've joined the Kani. Okay. So welcome to our online community as well. Hope they enjoy the learnings that we'll be sharing today. Yeah, so colleagues, when we set up this agenda, we were very strategic. We started with my current boss, now we're going to my former boss, Fatila. Maybe the other colleagues are my future bosses, Letitia. Yeah, so maybe I'll just read what's here. I'll just introduce her as my former boss. But Ms. Fatila Brofko is the Chief Research Operations Officer at MHSC, where she leads the research unit, which includes health and safety technical committees and research advisory committees. She plays a key role in advancing MHSC's strategic mandate to improve health and safety in the SA mining sector, ensuring that research, legislation, and regulations are responsive, relevant, and aligned to addressing both current and emerging challenges faced by the mining sector. With over 18 years of experience spanning mining and research, she's strongly committed to evidence-based decision-making and supporting the MHSC's vision of ensuring that every mine worker returns home unharmed every day. So with that said, I'd like to welcome Fatila. If we can give her a round of applause, please, yeah. Thank you, Fatila. Maybe I should try and mount this here. Okay. Is that okay? All right, okay, thanks. Oops.
Thank you, Brian.
Okay, let's see. Is it okay?
Yeah, I think it's firm. All right, thank you very much, Program Director. Leaders from the Minerals Council South Africa, leaders from the Department of Mineral Resources, leadership from organized labor, from mining companies, and technology providers, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends in mine health and safety, good morning and welcome. It's really an honor to address you today at this important day of learning on missing persons locator systems. So let me begin by thanking the Minerals Council South Africa for convening this important platform. It comes at a time for the industry that is really, it comes at the right time for the industry. We've moved beyond the question of whether missing persons locator systems are necessary. And that question has been answered through the regulatory process. The focus now is on implementation, practical, disciplined, and effective implementation. So this is a technical subject, but at the heart, it is deeply human. When an emergency happens at a mine, the first question is always simple. Where are our people? Are they safe? Are they accounted for? Who is missing? And where were they last known to be? How quickly can we reach them? Are they? And in these moments, time, information, and coordination matters. So that is the real value of the missing persons locator system. It's not just another technology to be procured, and it's not simply another compliance item. They are life-saving intervention that strengthens emergency preparedness and response. So as we're all aware, mining remains inherently hazardous. And despite the progress made in South African mining industry, emergencies still occur where workers may become trapped, injured, unable to move, or unaccounted for. And in those situations, uncertainty is one of the greatest challenges. So rescue teams need reliable information. Mine management needs to coordinate the response, and families need assurance that every possible step is taken to account for their loved ones. So the missing persons locator systems help reduce that uncertainty. They support the identification of persons' last known location and allows for more informed and targeted response. When properly implemented, they help us move from search and hope to locate and respond, and that shift matters. So we do not need to look far to understand why the South African mining industry has lived through painful incidents where accounting for people, understanding where they may be, and a coordinated response under pressure became central to the emergency. Lily Mine remains one of the most difficult examples in our collective memory, and more recently, the Ikapa incident also reminded the industry of the emotional weight carried by families, by rescue teams, mine leadership, organized labor, and all stakeholders when lives are at risk and people are not accounted for. So I mention these incidents with respect and humility, not to reopen the pain and not to suggest that one technology alone can prevent every tragedy. I mention them because they remind us that in an emergency, knowing where people are is not an administrative issue. It is a central issue. It is central to rescue, recovery, and emergency management. So the Mine Health and Safety Council's work in this area did not begin with the recent regulations. As far back as 1998, the Mine Health and Safety Council supported research, considered trapped miner location systems, rescue strategies, and related technologies. In 2015, the Mine Health and Safety Council facilitated a tripartite workshop on missing persons locator systems, and further research evaluated the availability of technologies and system requirements. And more recently, through the Mine Health and Safety Council-led regulatory review process, the missing persons location systems were incorporated into the revised Chapter 16 regulations that deals with rescue, first aid, emergency preparedness, and response. So this journey shows us the link between research, tripartite engagement, regulation, and implementation. So the key point is clear. Missing persons locator systems are now a regulatory requirement. They are not optional. And Chapter 16 places these systems where they belong, within the broader framework of an emergency preparedness and response. So the regulations require that no persons go underground without an intrinsically safe device to determine that person's last known location if they go missing while in underground workings. It also recognizes that this is not only an underground mining issue, where a surface mine's risk assessment shows a significant risk of employees going missing, including through engulfment by slope failure, or persons must be located with a locating device. The regulations also address situations where unplanned or uncontrolled flows of water, broken rock, mud, slimes from slime dam may pose a significant risk to safety. So this keeps the focus where it should be, on risk, on readiness, and response. So a risk-based approach does not mean an optional approach. It means understanding the specific hazards and conditions of each mine and implementing the system in a way that is fit for the environment. So we understand that different mines have different layouts, infrastructure, as well as risk profiles. So those differences must inform implementation, planning, but they do not remove the obligation to comply. So the regulations also require that a device forms part of the mine's emergency preparedness response system. And that is important because a locator system cannot sit outside of the safety management system. It must be part of how the mine prepares for emergencies, how the control room functions, how rescue teams are supported, and how workers are trained, and how information is used when decisions must be made quickly. So a device that is not worn cannot help. A system that is not tested cannot be trusted. And a battery that does not last cannot support the response. So a data system that is not available when needed cannot guide decision-making. And so we must also be honest about the practical realities, however, because costs, technical complexities, integration skills, maintenance, and worker trust are real issues. But they are not reasons for non-implementation. As mentioned, they are matters to be planned for, managed, and resolved. And this is where leadership matters. Compliance asks, what is the minimum requirements? And leadership asks, how or what must work when people's lives depend on it? And that is the mindset that we need. We also need to manage the human side of adoption because workers need to understand what these systems are and that they're there to protect their lives. In some workplaces, there may be concerns that a locator system could be used as surveillance tools. And that concern must be addressed directly and honestly. Trust will not be built through procurement alone. It will be built through meaningful consultation, communication, training, and consistent leadership. Organized labor, our health and safety representatives, supervisors, control room personnel, and rescue teams all need to be part of the implementation journey. So as tripartite stakeholders, we each have a role to play. Employers must implement properly and sustainably. Organized labor must help to ensure that workers' concerns are heard and addressed. The state, as the regulator, must provide oversight. Technology providers must understand the mining conditions, and research institutes and the Mine Health and Safety Council must continue to support evidence-based solutions and practical guidance. So today's day of learning is valuable because it allows us to learn from each other about implementation on the ground. I want to acknowledge the mines that have already started implementing these systems and are willing to share their journey today. That matters, not because implementation is optional, but because practical experience helps the industry understand what good implementation requires. So today we need to be honest. What is working? What is difficult? Where is support needed? And how can we avoid each mine having to solve the same problem alone? So the lessons learned today must help us move faster, strengthen compliance, and improve the quality of implementation. Our learning must support implementation. It must not become a reason to delay it. So from the Mine Health and Safety Council's perspective, there are a few practical messages for the industry. Missing persons locator systems must be treated as a critical control, not a once-off compliance project. They must be linked to credible emergency scenarios, including fires, falls of ground, seismic events, slope failures, and other situations where workers may become unaccounted for. The implementation must be supported by proper change management. This is not only about technology, it is about people understanding the system, trusting it, using it correctly, and knowing how it fits into the emergency response. Testing and learning must strengthen compliance, not postpone it. So piloting and validation can confirm the functionality and the readiness, but they must not become a substitute for implementation. We must build capacity. These systems require people who can install, maintain, inspect, test, and troubleshoot them. So sustainability depends on more than purchasing devices. It depends on having the right skills and support in order to, over time. And integration is non-negotiable. So the missing systems must connect to communication systems, to control rooms, emergency procedures, rescue arrangements, training and drills, and information must reach the right people at the right time. And it must be usable when decisions have to be made quickly. So colleagues, technology alone will not deliver the outcome we want. A missing persons locator system will not replace emergency planning, competent rescue teams, training, consultation, functioning control rooms, or disciplined maintenance and testing. When properly implemented, it can make all of those systems stronger. It can reduce uncertainty, support faster decision-making, and improve coordination and strengthen confidence in emergency response. So as we engage today, let us be practical and honest. Let us ask whether devices are being worn as required, whether data is accessible during an emergency, whether workers understand and trust the system, and whether control rooms and rescue teams are using the information, and finally, whether maintenance, testing, and record keeping are being done with discipline. So these regulations, as mentioned, must be implemented. And our responsibility as leaders is to ensure that that implementation is not superficial. It must be risk-based, properly resourced, integrated into emergency preparedness and response, supported by training, trusted by workers, and maintained with discipline and tested regularly. So we will, as the MHSC, we will continue to play our role in supporting research, technical advice, guidance, regulation, development, and tripartite engagement. But the success of these regulations will only be seen at a mine level. It will be seen in whether workers are better protected, whether emergency responders have better information, and whether no person is left unaccounted for during an emergency. So ultimately, this work is about people. It is about the worker going underground at the start of the shift, trusting that if something goes wrong, the system will help locate them. It is about the worker in the surface operations, exposed to the risks of slope failure, slimes, for instance, trusting that they will not disappear into uncertainty. And it is about the rescue team knowing that they have reliable information to act quickly and safely. And finally, it's about families waiting for news when there is an emergency. So my call to action is simple. Let us move from the compliance conversation to the implementation discipline. Let us not use complexity as reasons for a delay. Let us use it as a reason to plan better, and let us not treat the regulations as a paper exercise. So let's implement them in a way that strengthens emergency preparedness and protects mine workers in real conditions. These practices, research outcomes, technology, and regulations must be implemented to advance health and safety. But the moral obligation is even greater, because every minute counts in an emergency. Every worker must be accounted for, and every life matters. Thank you.
Fatila, thank you very much for that powerful keynote. We really, really appreciate it. Colleagues, you must know, Fatila was in Parliament yesterday, Fatila, no? So we really, really appreciate it. I was just wondering if you're going to make it, from Cape Town to here. So doing very, very important work, for the sector as a whole. So we really thank you, Fatila, for prioritizing this event. It shows how important it is, for you, MHSC, and the government and the country as a whole, essentially, colleagues. Colleagues, as I said yesterday, we were at COSAFE, and one of the messages from the minister was that we need to make education fashionable, colleagues. Do we all agree with that? We need to make education fashionable. My colleague is doing an MPhil there. We're very proud of Lerato with that. And with that said, colleagues, we've made this a classroom setup, also Lerato's idea, and it gives that feel that we're in class, colleagues. We're back at school now. I think I'm going to take a picture and send it to the minister's people so that he sees that we are indeed, making learning, education fashionable, because that's what we need, colleagues, for our workforce and our country as a whole. With that said, colleagues, class is in session now properly. We'll have our first PowerPoint presentation from my colleague, Ms. Nomvula Ngobo, Mapoloba. And then I hope we're all ready to take notes, colleagues. Like any typical class, we have a test at the end. I hope, all of us are sharp, will be able to pass that test. It's not 30%, it's 50% pass mark, colleagues. So let's pay attention. No, that's a joke. There's no test at the end. So over to Nomvula. And thanks to the 40 colleagues that I'm told have joined us online. I hope the audio is clear. There are no complaints, but if there are, we'll just try and fix whatever is not going well. But over to you, Nomvula. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you, Brian. Where do I see my screen? I can see it here.
All right, can I confirm if the PowerPoint is visible? Even on the teleprompter here, especially.
It should show here as well, no?
Yeah, so it should show here. Is it showing on the screen yet? No. It's not showing, okay.
It is.
Yeah, it is now, no?
Okay, cool.
It is. Yeah, then you can move there.
Yeah.
Okay, is it moving? Okay, perfect. Sorry.
We are good to go. Good morning, colleagues. Just the day before yesterday, we had a conversation that reminded us that as leaders, we must not miss the boat. So we're in a bilateral meeting with one of our stakeholders. And in the room, we had senior engineers, we had executives, we had researchers. There were two strong views, right? One view was saying, when a leading practice is not a regulated practice, if it's just for people to adopt willingly and with the understanding why they're doing it, they do it better. They do it with all the effort, all the force that they have, put in the resources because they choose to do it, right? And then the impact becomes even more effective. There was an equal strong view from other members that were saying when a leading practice is regulated, it actually removes all delays. All resources delays are removed, time delay is removed. Everyone in the industry at least get to the minimum requirement fast enough, right? But there's a concern with that when it's regulated, sometimes people do it because they are told to do so. They do it just to tick the box. So it becomes a tick box exercise. It's not that I'm a leader, I want to see people being safe, because they don't believe that the system is suitable for that, right? But true leadership is not about whether a practice that will save life is regulated or it's a leading practice that is free to adopt, to learn from others without having the pain of losing people or getting people injured. So now, as leaders here today, I think as we are all here today, we can all agree that we are here to discuss the missing person locator system, not because we want to tick the box, right? Not because we want to comply, but because we understand that we cannot miss the boat with this one, that we want to take the bull by the horns, right? The missing person locator system is not responding to regulation, but we are responding to the responsibility as leaders. We are going full force to comply, but not just to comply, to lead, right? To ensure that we protect the employees, because we are responsible miners. Mining matters, but more important, the lives of the people and the livelihood of the people matters more. So colleagues, today we're going to discuss the missing persons locator regulation. Fatila did a good job to introduce that topic, and we're going to go through it in details. We'll look at the chapter 16 and also the integration of it. 16.7, that's where the missing person locator system is starting on regulation 16. Then we'll also look at the requirements of what good looks like. I'm not sure where the sensor is. Oh, okay, go over to. I'm not sure where the sensor is. Okay, it's somehow. I don't know where. It works when I point there, or it works when I point here, or it works when I point there. All right. Now, this gazette that was issued recently, it was issued under section 98(1) ZP. But before it was issued, there was a lot of work that was done. We had a project, or a Center of Excellence project 15094. This project was a tripartite project with the state in it, the regulator, and the organized employer. They came together to look at what can be recommended to ensure that we can achieve in future and even now the zero harm, zero occurrences of fatalities as a result of employees becoming lost or trapped. And this report is available. It was issued and made available in 2017. That tells us what are the recommendations, and we're going to go through it also after the regulation. Then that led to the Gazette. The Gazette was issued 28 March last year. Right, so the Gazette of the amendments of Chapter 16 is about rescue, first aid, and emergency preparedness and response. That's the entire Chapter 16, but we want to focus today we want to focus on 16.7. It has moved. Thank you. It's okay. Here on this slide, I wanted to show you that we want to move to 16.7, not the entire regulation. Thank you, Lyra. All right, so let's start first with the intent. Why this regulation? Firstly, so I'm here to learn as well. You see, I'm also in the classroom. I'm also in the classroom to learn how to use this one. The first one is that we need to enable rapid determination of last known location under abnormal emergence conditions. And then we want to be able to address historic industry incidents where rescue effectiveness was compromised by lack of location data. We want to be able to shift emergency response from search dependent to information enabled. Okay, also we want to improve survival and recovery outcomes when person becomes lost or trapped. That's the intention of the regulation. Historically, we know that rescue teams searched without data, and from that, it takes long to actually find people because they don't know where to start. So that is no longer acceptable. We know why. I'm not going to get into that. We now move to information-enabled rescuing and searching. Let's get into the details of the regulation. 16.71, it talks to the employer that the employer must provide a missing person locator system or device to all employees going underground. For all underground operations, this is mandatory. And the device, it must be intrinsically safe. For surface mines, the regulation says the employer must provide a missing person locator device to employees underground where a Section 11 risk assessment identifies a significant risk of persons going missing. And then 16.73, it says employer must provide all employees with a missing person locator device. It applies to operation where there is exposed to uncontrolled material or fluid flow, including water, ingress, rock falls, mud rushes, and slimes, as well as tailing dams related hazards. The important thing here is the device must be able to determine the last known location. Oh, okay. Next time we need to put the sensor closer. There. Okay, it's okay. I'll point. Where was I pointing? Was I pointing there? You, I'll point there. I'll point at you, sir. Okay. All right. And then moving along, we are now at regulation 1674. 1675, 1676. This is talking about integrating the entire system with other systems that are already existing in operations. Firstly, under 4 is that we need to make sure that the system becomes integrated into the emergency preparedness and response strategy. And then in terms of the battery, risk assessment must be done so that it will inform how long the battery should last. The regulation says the battery must last for the entire duration of the shift and after the shift. So shift patterns are different. That time, the exact time, it will be determined through your risk assessment. Right? And then we need to have a tracking facility and logging facility system. I've seen already some of the member mines adding this into their control rooms, dashboards, having notifications. Because we cannot just have the system and we do not have the data that we would use to be able to find people when it's most needed. These are not guidelines. These are enforceable requirements. However, we're not doing it to comply. We're doing it to lead and to protect lives. I'm pointing at you now. Okay, there we go. All right, and then moving along to that's a typo. It must be 16.7. It talks about this device must be a wearable device, right? It must be on the body of the person. I've seen member mines, some of them are talking about smart hat, smart watches, smart belts. It must be on the body of the employee. And we need to make sure that we monitor the wearing of that device. Training must go with that. You cannot just issue a device without training and communicating the entire change management process where we bring people along. The behavioral aspect of change management is quite important to make this sustainable. And then regulation 16.77, it talks to ensuring that it's on the body, as I said, and also that it's effective. The training that we provide, it must be effective. Again, actually, it's not a typo. It just moved this to the side. The 16.78, not 6.78. 16.78 regulation talks to the reliability and the integrity of the device, right? That it must be inspected, it must be repaired, it must have a repair procedure, you must have a testing strategy, make sure that we understand it will work when we need it. So functionality tests and inspection, maintenance, all these strategies needs to be integrated into our current system. We understand the reliability strategy, that it cannot be a strategy if it's not documented, it's not defined properly, people are not trained on it. So it's important that we also get the right people to do the right work at the right time. There's reliability or resilient system that are available when they are needed. That is actually what it will help us save life. Okay, so lastly, I would like us to go through some of the recommendations from the project that was done by the Center of Excellence before this regulation was issued. So, to how the ideal system look like. As I said, we are leaders, we don't do it to comply, but we installing these systems because we want to see it work. There's some requirements that are not in the regulation, but these are best practice requirements for an ideal system. It says this system, there must be no health and safety risk that are created by this system. And then it must be satisfactory to the tripartite data policy. The data policies, we understand that if employees don't know that this system is going to help them, they will think that the system, it will harm them instead. They might think that, as Fatila said, we want to track them where they are and monitor, micromanage, and all that. So it's important that the data is satisfactory to the tripartite, to the employer, to the management, to the employees, and to the organized labor, right? And to the regulator as well, because the regulator would, when coming to audit, they will ask for that information. It must be available and satisfying. Of course, the organized labor, they want to say it as well. And then we must have the real-time tracking capability and the last known location provision in case of the system damages or it fails. It must be fit for purpose, and it must be adjustable tracking resolution. It's quite comforting to see that already our member mines are doing more than just what the regulation says. I know one of our member mines, the tracking is actually connected to the CPS already. So when there's also even a button, if the employee feels distressed, they can just press a button and then it goes to the TMM in the vicinity. The TMM operator would know that there's somebody that is under distress and they can be able to locate them. That's quite excellent work. We are moving forward as an industry. It must be able to track in all mine employees at any given stage. It must be full coverage in all active mining areas. Mortality indicator, that's quite a good consideration, must be integrated. As I said, into the existing structure, can be CPS, can be anything else that is possible to integrate with. I'm looking forward to hear what the mines are doing in these areas. It must be reliable and continuous primary and feedback power supply. So the regulator says it must last long enough to cover the shift and after the shift. So backup power, to be interesting how that is done. Okay, and then also we need to have the data that is captured, survival static and dynamic system components. We need to have tracking blind spots where possible. It must be integratable with secondary tracking equipment, must be economically friendly. Interfacing with the control room, it's actually a good thing because the control room is operating 24/7. Zero impact on production, minimal user input and training. Minimal user input and training, we already spoke about that. Integratable into or interoperable with other systems. Signal transmission must be permissible. We want a system that is it's got a longevity, easy to install and to expand. And these are some of the recommendations from that document. That, of course, it must be cost effective because we are running a business at the end of the day. The more we are profitable, the more we can maintain the livelihood of the people. Colleagues, as I'm concluding here, let's just remind ourselves that the intent of this regulation, where is it coming from, and why do we need to do it? We want to be able to have a repeat determination of a last known person, a last known location under abnormal and emergency condition, and address historical industry incidents where rescue effectiveness was compromised by lack of location data, shifting emergency response from search dependent to information enabled, improve survival and recovery outcomes when persons become lost or trapped. So let us not wait for another incident or for an enforcement, but let us move with the intent and where possible go an extra mile to integrate the system and make it sustainable. I thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Nomvula. That was very, very insightful. You know, reminds me of my days as well when I was writing and developing policy at MHSC. Yeah, very, very insightful, very insightful. I think next, colleagues, on the program, we have Mr. Karel Oosthuizen from Harmony Gold, who will then share with us, you know, lessons from Harmony. And we're very thankful to Harmony, you know, for being willing, Spamandla, to share these lessons as we are a learning, you know, industry, and we share with each other. And I'm not going to read your bio, your CV, Mr. Karel. What I'll do, I will direct colleagues to our spotlight page, Minerals Council Akani, and I think there's a link in there in our spotlight page where you can access all of these presentations and the bios of our various speakers today. So please visit our Minerals Council website, and you'll be able to get a link to good material you can use going forward. Thank you. Over to you, Karel. Thanks. Thanks. Okay. Then I'm just worried with the pointer, you know. If someone, maybe when Karel points, if it doesn't work, if someone can maybe press the slides, if that can work, huh? Is it fine?
Yeah.
Is it working? It should work. So you just point in the front, huh? Okay. Just check the arrow there, the side arrow. Yeah. Is that it, no? Okay. Are we blank? Okay. Yeah, just go back and forth there.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you, Brian. So it's a privilege for me to share the Harmony journey today with you in terms of the missing person locator. So we will be taking you through the processes that we've followed and also the learnings that we had. So we've got the introduction, we've got the system, the implementation at Harmony Gold, the learnings that we had, and the post-project ownership and responsibilities, and the conclusion. So in terms of the introduction, Harmony embarked on a missing person locator after a Doornkop disaster that we had in 2014. And the purpose was to improve emergency response on missing person incidents, reliable monitoring of personnel, optimize safe work practices, as well as advance safety or incident investigations by using the system. The MPL system, it basically consists of various systems that you need to integrate into. The missing person locator system is a safety innovation designed to locate missing persons in the mines. The system consists of tracking beacons installed in predetermined areas, such as haulages and pedestrian tags, that wirelessly communicate with beacons to determine the last known location of a person. In case of disasters or blasting operations, the operation is critical to rescue teams to locate and reach employees quickly and safely. So you've got your lamp room, you've got your verification in a lamp room that tests that all these systems works before the people proceed underground. Underground, it communicates wirelessly to your database on surface, where all this information is made available to the control room and all relevant people. And then at the end of the shift, you are then basically signing out on the system digitally, where all that information is then also locked onto the system. The lamp room remains the control point. Comprehensive mine management system. So everywhere today in this presentation where you see CMMS, it is not standing for computer-based maintenance and management system. It stands for comprehensive mine management system. And it is to control the system that lies in the center of the product implementations. The MMS provides a platform for management, information optimization, and enforce business rules. So what you'll find is that when you have these different systems that needs to communicate with each other, your TNA system, your lamp room management system, with your missing person locator, and then also if you have level 9, if you add all these systems together, then there is still a void inside. And that is basically to cover that void. Effective equipment control and management using the lamp room management system. Electronic personnel. Records integration into the mine system. All equipment fitted with RFID tags. All equipment accurately captured on a lamp room management system database. Equipment and tag electronically linked. Effective equipment control and enforce business rules. So it's your pre-shift testing of the smart equipment. Minimum equipment for use underground requirements. That is now, the personnel is taking their GDIs and whatever is linked for that job category to be compulsory. The return of spare equipment, equipment actions, inspections, and then also your verification is at your clocking, your turnstiles. The locator, so you've got the system that reads the beacons and so forth, and then you have the missing person locator. So that is now when somebody is lost and he is in an area that's now demarcated or confined to a specific area. We use this component to search for the person in that area from this last known position. So it's a handheld device, and then you search for that. So it's important that your people are trained on this, your rescue teams. In Harmony, we do exercises with the rescue teams. We select randomly a person and say that this person is missing. The person underground is continuing with his normal duty. He don't know he's missing. And then the rescue team go and search for him. And then first, it was quite some time that they took to find the people, but the latest, the record is 45 minutes since the person was reported missing to when he was found. So the infrastructure. So yeah, you've got your beacons, you've got your frequency, your stuff is operating, and then you've got your pedestrian tags, you've got your trackless mobile machines that's also tagged and equipped with devices to track and people for safety as well. And it all works through a wireless network and also a wired Ethernet network. Yeah, so we'll get to the learnings. So this is a timeline. So in 2014 we had a Doornkop disaster, and then we embarked on the process to implement missing person locators. So by 2015 the technology was developed and refined, and then the active tags, the frequency, the spectrum, all of that has been determined. And then Doornkop was basically running on the system by then. And then by 2017 we had the Harmony rollout, what we call the phase 1, after a long consultation process with organized labor and all relevant parties. 2020 we started with the phase 2 rollout, and then on 2021 all mines in Harmony were compliant to the phase 2. So currently Moab Kotsong, for instance, is having 193 beacons, Great Noliga 47, Eland is a pumping shaft 10, Joel 42, Kusasa-Letu 99, Masimong 42, Pakisa 107, Target 3 pumping is 20, Target 38, Mponeng 133, Tautana 37, Tsepong 140, Doornkop 79, sorry. So that is how we progressed. The challenges, the learnings that we had. I mean, shaft operational team not fully informed about the project and the outcomes. So these projects must be clearly defined. What is going to be achieved? What's the requirements, roles and responsibilities of the role players? We had many awareness sessions with management, rescue teams, technical support, and then all the information technology people and so forth. The technical ability of the system was well communicated before the time, because sometimes there are expectations that was not covered in the initial scope. Insufficient planning, very important. So your mine plan, you work from your mine plan obviously to install these beacons, but it's also not, what's important is that you're not just working from the mine plan. All these areas need to be visited to ensure that you are able to install these in this area. So on a plan it might make perfect sense, but when you get underground it will not work. So you'll have to visit that. You need to update the plans. So when these plans are, or these beacons, the position is identified underground, it's very important to mark the exact position, the numbering of the unit, that numbering and your plan must be the same. Otherwise it causes confusion. Infrastructure, UPS, very important, and then your dedicated power supplies, and it goes mainly for underground installations. So do not run these beacons from your normal lighting circuits and other power sources. It must have its own separate circuits to make it reliable. Yeah, and then CMMS and mine integration. So we used a company separate to the suppliers of these units to link all of these units because of the different suppliers that creating that void, as I've explained. And then obviously the missing person and rescue teams training is part of that. Equipment sensors. So what you'll find is if you, in your lamp rooms you have older equipment, you've got newer equipment, you've got older models and newer models, and the specifications are different. So when you roll out this process, it's very important to understand what you have of what, so that your older versions, accumulators for instance, do not have enough capacity to support these systems, and you must be aware of that before the time. It is record keeping, so it's very important that whenever a unit is changed, that your records are kept up to date so that you've got the relevant information to make the right decisions. The equipment allocations, it's all about the documentations, to have it verified, to make sure that your systems are up to date and it can support a well-numbering system. The equipment numbering is an issue. Sometimes your sequences in your sequence numbering is disturbed by changes in your philosophy, new equipment that you brought in, and so forth. Get that numbering correct. It makes it very much easier in a commissioning phase when all of that stuff is done like that. Equipment maintenance. So what you find is your accumulators, for instance, they are in for a certain number of years, and for the normal duty they still work fine. But when you start plugging in all these devices consuming power, they do not last. So that's for your burn downs and so forth. It's very important beforehand to determine where you are in terms of your equipment. Will they be able to withstand or accommodate this additional power? Kaplan failures, the active tag in the accumulators, we had many failures there, various reasons that we had to sort out. Yeah, standard equipment observed, cracks on your accumulator lids and so forth, mishandling, water damages, equipment padlock and keys sounds like a control failure. It's something that must be there. But what you find is when you do these things, you do the changeover, that many of your original lamp room locks is not original anymore. People lost keys, and without following the procedure, they added their own lock, and then you can't gain access, and you need to cut that, and then you need to replace that locks and so forth. So plan for that. You're going to have that. Equipment layout and people flow, that is mainly in your lamps room. It will create a congestion. Understand clearly how you're going to where your test stations is going to be, how your flow is going to be in your lamps room. Your shift zoning, it is going to take longer to get your people through the lamps room, so you need to change your zoning on your TNA system beforehand. You must have sufficient tags, sufficient spares, verification stations, and then just surveys. Take the stuff with shift, walk through, make sure everything is going to work as it should. Then obviously it is the buy-in and the ownership of the system. Personnel is professionally trained. They know how to address all these issues should it come up, how to log into the system, addressing the queries of the personnel. Then the lamp room administration system, post-system commissioning causes a general delay in your lamps room. Various reasons. It is all these queries, something not working, a checkpoint that's not getting passed. All that people returns back to your lamps room management. So it adds a burden there. The system hardware maintenance, there is maintenance on the system. Make sure that it is scheduled on your off time, off peaks, weekends, and so forth. Then also sometimes the system standard packages, as you get it from your supplier, is not necessarily how you want to run your system. So get a clear understanding exactly what you want and develop your own special reporting into your system, how you want it to work for you. And then if you've got the uncontrolled entry-exit in your lamp room, so you'll find that many of the lamp rooms have a PPE store, for instance, and there is material PPE that's going in and out at a special gate without having all these controls. Please make sure that when you have that it does not influence the operability of your system. No uncontrolled entry or exits permitted. And then visitors, poor visitors handling. Understand your visitors, your procedures, how you onboard your visitor, what is the requirements for your visitors before the time. Your lamp room management personnel, I've spoken about it. The competency, make sure that they are professionally trained, they are available, they've got their certificates, the correct job category for that. You get sick reporting, so you must have your backup systems or people that you can use, people going off sick, training, etc. And in a lamp room, you must have people available 24/7. Missing equipment. Sometimes people lose equipment either underground or by other, inappropriate actions from the people. Equipment gets missing, so it's proper record keeping. Understand what equipment you have, that the equipment return, and if not, why not? Must have a very good handle on your equipment. The hardware. Consistent compliance to specifications. So sometimes you will get equipment in and you'll find that you are having many failures on that equipment. So make sure that the specifications of all the equipment coming in afterwards is to the right specification. It is assembled. Sometimes these things comes into parts and then it takes time to assemble on site. You don't necessarily have the time to do that on site. MPL. Reader configuration. MPL readers must have the right naming. So your namings in your haulages, at your crosscuts where you work, must have the same naming that is on the plans and also on the digital system. Not able to remotely gain access on your PaaS servers. So it sounds easy, but with the increase in cyber security, you cannot just allow everybody to have access to the equipment, but also they need access. Should you have a failure, you don't want to hang the whole shift because you're waiting for somebody to come to the shaft. You want him to remotely log in and fix whatever he can from a remote position. So also not to lose a shift. Network MPL readers not installed correctly. So there's a certain standard that you'll have to install it. If it's not installed correctly, you will be impacted in terms of how it picks up the personnel and so forth. Installations is not at the right, installed at the right position as depicted by the plan or agreed to, then you will not understand where your people are. Third-party company installations not done to standard. And then similarly, you'll have to have a quality control program to make sure that all of these things are installed to standard. It's signed off before commissioning. Outdated mine plan layout. Make sure that your plans are updated. If you move these things around, if there's new installations, plan in advance. mine power network availability. So in your development ends, in the areas newly developed, how are you going to install that? How to get your power there in time? Must be planned in advance. Then we get to the project handover. So after installation, you have your on commissioning and after commissioning, your OEM's got responsibilities and the mine's got responsibilities. So the OEM must maintain the system integrity, the software, ensures remote mission critical support, monitor site reader statuses, and report to the mine when readers are not tracking, hardware failures, replacements, and record keeping, automated daily, weekly reports sent to the relevant personnel via email. Mine's responsibilities ensure power supplies remain stable, ensure network switches and connections remain stable, investigate any sabotage and immediately, service level agreements to be in place for all service providers to provide maintenance and immediate support should a reader not be able to track personnel, equipment, or whatsoever. Dashboard monitoring in the control room to inspect any readers that goes offline. Then also, when you commission this stuff and on a regular basis, what we call a suitcase test. So you take a few of these tags, at least 10, put it in a suitcase or a bag, and you walk a specific route and you check on the accuracy, you check on the sensitivity, how accurate it is, how does it pick up, is it still working fine. In conclusion, effective change management and organizational buy-in are critical for a successful implementation and sustainability of your missing person location system. The system will significantly enhance emergency response capability and rescue effectiveness. Real-time identification and last known positions will reduce the response time and improve decision-making during emergencies. The initiative will strengthen employees' protection and increase the likelihood of survival in missing person incidents. Integration with existing mine infrastructure is achievable and operationally beneficial. Although the system requires capital, investment, and ongoing maintenance, the safety benefits materially outweigh the costs. The initiative directly supports Harmony Zero Harm strategy and proactive risk management approach. The implementation of a missing person location system is strongly recommended across all underground operations. Thank you.
Okay, again, thank you, Carol. Another round of applause, I think, for Carol. Thank you to Harmony. A lot of learnings there. Colleagues, I see it's 10 o'clock now, and class is in session, and we need everyone engaged. I think rather than maybe having another presentation, can we take a comfort break now? We refresh, stretch our legs, and then we come back. Can I check if tea is ready now? Yeah, colleagues, I think let's take tea, and then we'll be back here at past. In 30 minutes, please, yes. Thanks. Thank you, colleagues. Let's stretch. And then is Vili here? Vili will be speaking next. Okay. Colleagues, please also visit our exhibitions. On the sides, we've got exhibition stands. Please engage with the exhibitors and learn as much as you can. Thanks. Okay. It's fine.
Agna stress. Kulle. 1, 2.
We'll have more time, even later, to engage with the exhibitors. We'll ask them not to leave after the session. Your presentation, I think, is up, no? Okay. Yeah. Is it on? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Can we sit down and settle, colleagues? Okay. Yeah, you will sit there. Yeah. Maybe let's give them a few minutes. Okay, colleagues, we're about to start now. Really, thank you so much for coming also to share the learnings. Goldfields is an important member, with Minerals Council, so we really appreciate your presence here today, sharing the learnings. Yeah, I think in the interest of time, Vili, maybe let's just proceed. And we ask colleagues to please sit down and listen to the presentation, please. Yeah, Vili. Okay.
No, it's off. Is it? Morning, everyone. I take it everyone can hear me. So, guys, I've decided to take a little bit of a different route, and I'm going to try and explain our journey and how we interpret the missing persons locator. If I should talk only about our lessons learned, they've only given me 20 minutes, so I won't be able to cover that in the time. So, yeah, we will talk about some of them. So, when we all watch TV and when you talk to the police and then they say that if a person's go missing, the first 24 hours is most critical in finding them. In mining, you don't have 24 hours. You've got the first 60 seconds. And I think if I can summarize what the intent of the legislation is, it is that sentence at the bottom. There's no time to search. We need to know where each person is in real time so that we can locate them if there is an emergency. So what we also tried to do was to make the missing persons locator a little bit more proactive. And if you ask how you do that, because the person needs to go missing before you look for him, but we are trying to identify when a person is in distress and when he's missing before it gets reported to the control room. Because you already lose 10, 15, 20 minutes from when a person is realized to be missing until it gets reported up to the control room. So I brought one slide in to just remind us all about the collision prevention systems that we all have implemented as well. Now, if you look at the technology roadmaps, we needed to implement a collision prevention system. We need to implement missing persons locator. We want to tag the rescue packs so that we can monitor the rescue packs. My colleague from Harmony spoke about the locks and How do you track the locks as well? So we all bring in all of that technology. And by doing so, you stand the risk of all of these signals starting to interfere with each other, and that is presenting a big problem. So what we've tried to do with our approach is to build on one and the other, but again, it takes for a lot of integration. Now, if you think about what we did with CAS, we are able to see the vehicles, and the vehicles are able to see other vehicles and pedestrians, and that is the purpose of CAS, depending on whether you have level 7, 8, or 9. So we tried to link our missing persons locator on this technology. Always fun when you're presenting technology and you struggle to move a slide. Come on. Something is okay. Guys, bear with me. I've got till lunch. The slides is not, this thing is not reacting. Yeah, is it? It's working better now. Okay, so if you look at the components from the missing persons locator, the way that we packaged it is, first of all, you need to have a Wi-Fi. And we all know that is a challenge in its own. We spoke about power backup for your Wi-Fi. If there's emergency, depending on the emergency, usually your power goes down. With your power, your network goes down. So how do you handle that? Because your typical standalone UPSs that we use for the network switches and so on, they last about 4 hours. Now, 4 hours is not enough. So we need to look at how do we sustain that. So we are investigating on our side to generate power from our ventilation just enough to be able to power up these UPS batteries continuously. Then we need to have some kind of a fixed hazard beacon to know where the person is in close proximity, but what we've decided to use it as well is to demarcate certain areas. So if a person goes into unsafe or a dangerous area, the control room will be able to see it immediately as well. We've got the mining data platform, or the previous acronym was MCC, something which I actually find quite interesting. Ours is the mining data platform. We do have our collision prevention on the equipment. We've got smart cap lamps, we've got tablets, we've got vehicle hubs, and all of these things already. So we tried to bring all of these together to create the missing persons locator system. So what we've got is, with the collision prevention, we can detect a pedestrian by using the vehicle. Then we can detect by using fixed hazard objects. And then the two that we brought in that will help with the, making it a little bit more proactive is the fallen worker and the distressed worker, and with that, the lone worker. So what the fallen worker is, in our cap lamps, we've got the technology. If a cap lamp lies on his side for longer than 90 seconds, then the employee needs to acknowledge on his battery pack that he's still okay. If the employee does not acknowledge, we assume that the employee is in distress. He can't react to pressing the button, and that then triggers our first response. Second to that, we've got the distress worker functionality. Again, on your cap lamp, you press the two buttons simultaneously, and it will send a distress to the control room. But both of these functions will alert in all of the vehicles around that person as well. So immediately, the vehicles will know, and they will know whether a fallen worker was triggered or a distress worker was triggered, and he can react accordingly. So if a fallen worker is triggered, it's assumed that the guy is unconscious, so we need to make sure that he look for him while he's driving. Distress worker, the person is in trouble, but is at least still conscious, And again, you need to look for him while you are operating. So that is also then not dependent on just your Wi-Fi network. It makes use of your CPS technology. So in the event of a power failure or a network failure, that function still continues. The limit of that is, of course, it is limited to the close proximity of the vehicle, which is about 30 meters. Then also the fixed hazard beacon, as I say, we place it in the dangerous areas. When a person goes in there, he typically needs to have authorization. If he doesn't have authorizations, control room will pick it up and he will react according to that. If he's got authorization to go in there, our process describes that that person needs to indicate how long he's going to be in that area. And if he stays longer than that period without making contact to the control room, again, we trigger alerts for somebody to go and look for that person. And again, as I say, that is how we try to make it a little bit more proactive. And I mean, again, it's just about maintaining visibility of our underground environment, of our people underground. I was born in the open cast mines. There it's easy. You stand at the viewpoint and you can see all the equipment and you can see all the people. Underground, unfortunately, doesn't work like that. I've spoken about the distress signal and the fallen worker detection. The lone worker I've discussed on as well. And then the evacuation management, which is the next phase for us. So we are looking at the type of system where you can assist with your evacuation as well. So some of the problems that we've experienced in the past is your proto team doesn't necessarily know the mine as well as the miners. And when they go underground, they sometimes do get lost. The second thing is, depending on your emergency that you have, you might bring in proto members from other mines which also does not know your mine. Now, yes, the proto teams is very fluent in reading the maps and understanding where they need to go and so on, but we tried to, again, as I say, it's the first 60 seconds that count. So the quicker you can make it, the better. So with the evacuation management that we are working on, first of all, we are working on a system which is pretty much like Waze, but it's for underground. So you put in the destination, and it will give you an underground map in your vehicle and show you where you need to go. So there you can put in a fixed location like a workshop, a cubby, a rescue chamber, whatever the case may be, or you can put in an employee's name or a piece of equipment's name, and it will direct you to the last known position of that person, which again helps a lot in the sense that if I go missing and they've got my last known position, at least they can go there, and the chances of them finding me quicker is higher. But then also it helps you to kind of categorize your emergency. So if there's emergency underground, of course I need to be able to account for everybody. So the people that's on surface, we know they are safe. If there's people in the refuse chamber, they are safe-ish, at least in the refuse chamber, and the refuse chamber should be life-sustaining, so they've got some fair amount of time to survive there. If there's people moving towards the refuse chamber, at least you know they are not trapped and they are en route to the refuse chamber. The people that you need to worry is the people that stay in one place without moving, because typically they are trapped, or the people that doesn't move at all. So it can be a question of your network being down or something like that that indicates that the person is not moving, but it can also be that the person is not responding, is unconscious, or whatever the case may be. So when you've got your emergency as part of your top, we will of course first focus on the people that's not moving. Secondly, you will focus on the people moving towards the refuge chambers. Then you will start to evacuate the refuge chambers, and of course, hopefully everybody is safe after that. Okay. So, you know, when you roll out technology, you always talk in phases or in layers. So when you don't deliver on your deadline, you can always tell your boss, no, it's in the next phase or in the next layer, then you buy yourself some time. But what we did is we called it Missing Persons Locator 2.0. the situational awareness platform. And we said at layer 1 is your positioning, your tracking of the person, and that is done by the smart tag in your cap lamp. Then if you go to layer 2, you look at the condition. Is it a fallen worker that was triggered? Is it a distressed worker, or is it a lone worker? Or is it an emergency that was reported to say there's a fall of ground and Willie didn't pitch up at any refuge chamber and we are looking for him? So at least you know, you've got a better idea of what you are dealing with. Layer 3 is in the interaction, and that is the proximity with the vehicles. As I say, that is dependent of your network. It is your signal with the vehicle, which is about 20 to 30 meters. And you can then drive around with the vehicle, any vehicle, because all of them are fitted with collision avoidance, and you can start to look for the person, and as you get closer to him, obviously will start to show up on your screen. And again, I can't emphasize enough, that is without using a network. If you have the network with the network beacons and all of that, and we assume the network is running during the emergency, of course you will be able to pinpoint the person with much more accuracy. And then layer 4 is where the control room comes in, and that is then the response. So based on the condition and the interaction from the vehicle, the trigger action and response plan will be used to determine on how they will respond. And again, if you know whether the person is conscious, unconscious, is he in a lone worker area, whatever the case may be, it helps you a lot to recover that person faster. So what we summarized and what we took out of the legislation is missing persons locator is not just tracking the person and understanding where his last position is. The intent is to get to a person quicker to provide assistance, so it's to eliminate the uncertainty within the first 60 seconds. Okay, so I did speak about the Mobilaris system and why it strengthens the missing persons locator. So it drastically reduces your time to find a person and to actually send assistance to them, because as I say, we all use Waze and Google Maps on our way here. It will show us the traffic, it will show us all of these type of things. This system has got the intelligence built into it to show you the shortest route. If there's a truck breakdown or a drill breakdown in the route and you can't get past, it will show you an alternative route. So again, it's just an add-on to missing persons locator to speed up the search process. I promise I will teach you how to press the buttons for the next session. Okay, then just as any system, you need to visualize this information as well. So we've got the 3D map data, but also a data dump of what we can export for the people to use in their roll call and so on as well. So what we also supplement, and I like the Harmony discussion as well, that says we are building all of these on top of each other, and we are not using the supplier to build these building blocks, because then you are tied in with him. So we followed the same approach. But what we did as well, we are busy with a very nice project called the Mine Orchestrator, which is an integrated planning and scheduling short-term interval control process that we are implementing. And we are piggybacking on that software as well. So you can see visually in 3D where the person is supposed to work and where he's working. And how does that help you in emergency? Usually if it doesn't work where it's planned, we all know planned work is safe work, so the risk is already bigger if he's not working where it's not planned. But again, you've got then the control room team that can monitor that as well, and because you've got visibility of where all of your equipment is, in the event of emergency, you will pick up the last known position much easier. This is just some more reports and maps. What I've tried to do here was to map our approach to the Mine Health and Safety Act and the intent of the legislation. So I've broken down the intent of the requirement from the legislation, our compliance mechanism, the evidence, and the risk is absent. And I don't expect you guys to read there. I'm sure the presentations will be distributed. But there you can go through and see how it actually complies to the legislation and support the legislation. And then on the other side, I took our concept of the Missing Persons Locator 2.0 model, and again, I've mapped it back to the regulation coverage and the risk if it's not present. So with our approach, we do tick all of the boxes that we do have for the legislation, but again, for us, we use this opportunity to keep our employees a little bit more safer, and as the system is more reactive, we try to make it a little bit more proactive as well. So challenges, as I say, everything that Harmony mentioned, yes, we do have that, and then some. So I'm just going to spend a little bit of time on some of the critical implementation challenges for us. The first one is the smart caps, the technology readiness of the smart caps. We rolled out version 1 of the cap lamps, and we had a lot of issues with the cap lamps, to the point that we actually revert back to our previous cap lamps, and we withdrew all of those cap lamps, and we sent them in for upgrading. So the good thing about it, the technology in terms of the Missing Persons Locator was working very well. The problem is when we had the cap lamps in the test scenario and so on, the batteries were lasting more than 1.5 times a shift, so it was more than sufficient. When you start to use them underground and you go past all of these beacons and so on, the system pulled much more power than what is expected, and we ended up with batteries only lasting a shift or maybe an hour after the shift. So we redesigned that technology, and we are busy testing the first set of the second generation of the cap lamps. Cap lamp delivery and supply chain risks. You won't believe it, but with the war going on, we've already starting to see delays in the delivery of the cap lamps. And I mean, it's still early stages there, so it's already producing a risk for us in making our timelines. Underground network installation challenges. There's heaps and heaps of that. Fiber damages, redundancy routes, Wi-Fi switches that don't last, power, just some to name. But what we've also realized is typically your switches is a run to failure type of item on the mines. But what we said is our main distribution points and our active working areas, we've implemented a rotational cycle out of them. So you typically get between 3 to 5 years of a switch working underground. We switch them out now every year and a half deliberately. We don't waste them. The switches we take out there, we use in non-critical areas, so it's not a waste of time, but it's just a way to improve the reliability of the switches and the Wi-Fi units. Integration and commissioning complexities. As mentioned earlier as well, the integration is a pain. And one of the big things as well is we have identified that if you have too many of these systems in an area, the signals start to interfere with each other. The way your tunnels is shaped interfere with the signal. How much steel you use for reinforcing has got an impact. So there's a lot of variables, and yes, we try to have a cookie cutter plan for all the areas, but you guys know better than me that mining is not using a cookie cutter, so it never looks the same. Operational adoption and risk. So with operational adoption and risk goes your management of change and change management. That is, to date, one of our biggest challenges as well. We are all good at focusing at the technology to support the problem, but doing the change management and the management of change and taking our employees with us, we sometimes lack in that. We think because we know what the problem is and we know how to resolve it, and this is the best way to resolve, that our entire workforce will understand that. And I mean, it's something that you need to explain to them, and you need to take them on from the word get-go. If I can repeat this project on another mine, that's not a hint to the other mines, but if I can repeat this project on another mine, I will definitely start with the operational adoption. Before I even do the technology selection, I will make sure that the workforce understands what I want to do and why I want to do it before I give them the how I'm going to do it. Then you will get a lot more buy-in. Again, UPSs, we spoke about that, and then the redundancy in the network. So our timelines, the network installation, as you can see, that is a big focus area for us. I've showed it up until the end of December, but it's about a 3-year project to upgrade our entire network. We're mining at 3.2 kilometers deep. That brings its own issues with the network and with the batteries of the UPSs and so on. The cap lamp maturity, that is our critical path. Without this intelligent cap lamp, we don't have a solution. So that is on the critical path. As I mentioned, we are busy testing them, and we plan to have them rolled out throughout the entire mine by end of September. We're going to start with the Mobilaris rollout in June, and that will take us till October. We will pilot it, and then we will commission it. And as you say, the management of change will run through this. And we all know John Doe means that it's an unidentified deceased person, and we hope with this that we will never have a John Doe again on our mine. And I think this is why we are all doing it, for the miner to go home safe to his family and his loved ones. Thank you.
No, thank you so much, Willie. Yeah, I think very, very insightful and informative. And yeah, so Willie is not looking, Willie, when you're saying he wants to share with other minds. It's not. I'm sure he's not looking for other jobs. Yeah. So yeah, colleagues, I think on to our next presenter now. Rechad is here. Yeah. So Sibanye, another member mine of ours, Dushen, in good standing. So we really, appreciate the learnings that Rechad will share with us. And as Rechad is coming up, colleagues, again, classes in session, we hope everyone is taking notes. Towards the end, the last session will be a Q&A, and not all of the questions, but some of the questions we'll take on and we'll ask our panel to share. And yeah, so before you ask ChatGPT, colleagues, it's important to engage, like I saw somewhere that, we're the first generation where our kids will be less smarter than us, and it's all because technology and ChatGPT, people are not engaging with material. So just be careful before ChatGPT all the time, like think critically and then ask the questions. It just helps you retain information in your mind, Yeah, so we want our kids to be smarter than us. That's the idea. Yeah, so be careful of ChatGPT, Yeah. Okay, sure. Okay, over to Rechad. Over to you. Go.
Yeah. Good afternoon or good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Okay, let's figure out this first. Wait.
Yeah, we're not.
Well, we'll depend. When there's some video clips, maybe that. So we'll get to that point. Yeah, look, maybe, thanks for the introduction. I guess if we think about our kids and we think about technology, smarter is maybe one thing, but what technology does, it makes them faster. So there's quite a distinction between those two. I'm just amazed sometimes when you look at kids and the way they embrace technology and how quickly they adapt to it. And then we become prehistoric because we still battle with the normal punch calculator. So, and they don't understand that concept. So yeah, I guess there's a balance between how we maintain that. So, team, I think it's like it has been said, it's difficult being last today because I'm not sure if I'm bringing anything new. But at the same time, I think for where Sibanye is in this journey, there's a benefit in being a little bit slower. Because there's a lot that's said that I think you discover in this process. So it is understanding, and there's a hell of a lot of work. And I think, I have a view, and I don't think that anybody that sits here today as an engineer, if we knew what we knew today, I think we would have embraced fiber and connectivity underground a lot sooner and a lot quicker. So I guess with my presentation today, we are, quite in a sort of, compared to others. Today you see results and you see the challenges. We are still lining up for that challenges. So there's a lot of learnings that we have, and prior to this sessions and setting our journey up, there's been a lot of engagements and understanding what worked and what did not work. So the one thing in this theme presentation, it is very similar to what I've shared with the different district PIs, and it was with the intent to say, as Sibanye, and I guess as industry, it's not a matter of whether we complain or whether technology exists or not. It's really a matter of, just being reasonable about your expectations in what we need to do here. Because if you do it too quick, you will fail. If you don't do it correctly, and we've seen numerous examples today of integration with other technologies, you will fail, and it will not be the right solution. And I think everybody would agree that if you see in the industry, for how many people quickly jumped onto the opportunity of everybody does missing persons locator. But that's not how the mine is designed. And I think the other challenge with that is, it's one thing setting up technology for, when I start afresh from the start, and it's a new mine. But when you need to go into an old mine, and Sibanye owns a range of anything from 80 years old right up to 40 years old, to go and retrofit technology in old infrastructure is a challenge. It's not easy, because everything needs to change with it. So today, you will probably pick up the theme is a little bit of, this is what we need to work through, but I can say that at least we fully embraced, and it is the way to go. And I think one big portion for me is although we talk about missing persons and that's the theme, I think that is merely, I call it a bologna slice of a much bigger benefit that we can harvest from creating this portion in the process. So we will dig into some of the details. Like I said, apologies that if other people are way more in front, if I may bore you with some of the detail, but this is really where we are and what we are working through. So let's see if we can give this technology a go. I think this is one where, and this just creates it lands the challenge of what we need to deal with. Now in Sibanye, there's various other modules and initiatives that we do run. Amongst others, we have RBE. We know CAS Level 9 was part of the industry governance that we needed to put in. Similar technology is in winches. And all of this, between locos, winches, TMM, there's download capability, there's data that needs to flow, and there's integration required. What we have in front of you is simply sort of, where we've sort of landed on in what is the best piece of technology for the rest of the kit that we have. Because a large portion of the work that we've done up to now was fixing the integration between all the technologies. Because simply fixing MPL and installing something for MPL just takes us way back, and it's going to be 4 times as expensive as it is already. So it is really a scenario where in some cases, and suppliers would agree, so maybe a disclaimer is not one of the slides is in promotional level for any supplier that might be here or not here, That is simply the most practical, feasible solution for the kit that we have in existence and integrating with the material that we have on site. So that took quite a challenge. I think in many cases, one of the things that we needed to do was, for some of the technology we already have, that was designed for a specific intent, we needed to open the black box, because a lot of this technology then needs to become agnostic so that we can share the data and ride onto one another instead of doing everything from the start. So you can see some of the names. I'm not going to go through them, but that is our main, I guess, partners in this journey that we are on. The rest of it, if we go into the next one, and this I don't need to go spend too much time on, but I think in what people has sent to us today and what we've seen in the previous presentation is there's a lot of hardware learnings that you need to go in. There's a lot of appreciation for the hardware that you are installing, typically designed for nice and cool server rooms, somewhere in a ventilated, air-conned location. We are taking them underground. And I heard Willie said that one of the things they do proactively is that you swap them in advance, because it is a dusty environment. It is a hot environment. In many cases, it's wet, moisture, and all of that needs to be taken into consideration. The picture here is how typically in a network would work, and that I don't need to go into too much detail. And that is what is required to wire the mine. A lot of the wiring that in the Sibanye context is that the vertical portion on your right-hand side represents, or the left-hand side, apologies, represents the shaft. So many communications has been set up around shaft communication, pumps and major infrastructure, and now we intend to take it right into. Now, I think there's a lot of people here that would know that you are extending something into, the depths. We are talking 3.6 kilometers underground. You are talking levels that is up to 6 kilos long. And I think the appreciation needs to be for one that it is not the snap of the fingers. And I would probably say that is the biggest challenge I have when I speak to the DMPR and the appreciation for what we want to achieve here. So I guess most of the technology works on the same principle, whether you go Bluetooth mesh or Wi-Fi mesh or hardcore copper. I mean, there's a range of ways that you can go into in order to make it work for your set of kit or that you run underground. I guess for a lot of the platinum, and this was in the conventional areas, you've seen this slide before, there's asset detection, there's the person that we have, and all works with some form or a tag that you need to attach to a person. Different detection zones, access zones, everything is dependent on establishing a network in which the data can get to surface, and then on surface, when you deal with data like anything else, and then you can get the nice dashboards and everything else that goes with it. More of the same, just different, sort of network layouts and what you need to deal with. I think over time, there's different network challenges, and today it has come up. Network and line of sight, and whether you go RF or whether you go low frequency, infrastructure underground plays a role for different challenges. Piping, reinforcing and whatnot, all of that becomes an influence. And I think the important part of that is in selecting your technology and setting it up with the commissioning, it becomes a reliability factor that you need to take in consideration. Because if you don't have the reliability, it could mean that you battle more and the data doesn't cover, and that affects, how true we can, I want to say, believe into the data that we get. This, I guess you would have seen through other suppliers that is around, and this is when it becomes fancy. And the bottom line with, having the full integration with the detail that we have available and everything else comes, the bottom line is I still need to establish a decent network with reliable comms, in order to get to the detail. More of the same sort of different approaches, but I'm not going to go into too much of the technical detail here. I think I want to move on to some of the others. Here you would have seen the same sort of technology being applied, and this is the pattern that we have. And as a matter of fact, I think I even saw some of it in one of the screens here. So, yeah. So let's go past that one. In gold, and this is where we are. So as platinum, as Sibanye, we are two different regions. We are on two different stages of setting up a mine. There's also two different components of what we have. The important part is and there's a slide on it later, we've divided into phases. You know, in the gold space, we are pretty advanced when it comes to lamp room tagging and lamp room tagging, and we've changed that tag to talk to the same language. And the first prize there is, or the first approach there is, we will have handheld tracking taking place, because that at least gives you the first part of mechanism. I'm going to make a statement later when I have on, I guess, a challenges slide. So this is where it really becomes, you know, in our world, you know, how challenging it does becomes. So, you know, it took us a year to sort out full integration with what we needed to do, who we are partnering of, what is the best sort of piece of equipment to have all of the integration completed. That does mean across our footprint, there's about 800,000 meters of networking that I need to establish throughout the region. Beacons, 2,600, lamp rooms and tags, 25,000, and that is because we already have some of them, and then handheld devices that comes in. I think one of the important stuff here is that, you know, in my opinion, it is where we also need to consider it's still an operating business, and in order to make it work, it comes with a very large capital component to it. And that is just the capital component if I take it for where we are at the moment. So scheduling, Willie shared a lot, and Carl also had the lamp component up. I think what we very clearly, and I think there was other learnings through other incidents that we've had, is your battery health is a very important component. And if you misalign that from the start, that your batteries are not where they're supposed to be, because you are adding a small load, but you are adding a load to your battery health. So we did an assessment. You know, and the first assessment on where we established already required us to replace 7,000 lamps in order to accommodate the tag and make sure you have a healthy signal coming up. At the moment, what is being shared with the DMPR and where we are, there's a rollout plan that would potentially take us 3 years to cover the Sibanye region. Now, I guess it takes you, and I spent some time with a lot of the Harmony personnel. You know, if you take their journey 2014 to 21 and they only complete it now, I think that to me becomes the baseline of how complex and how detailed it can be in order to get you to a point where I can say I at least satisfy the rule. So mapped out all the details, and this also took us, I mean, this is, I guess, dependent on, you know, where we go with this. So we've devised it into a process that seemed to be generally accepted, that phase one, everybody, if you go read, and this was from, you know, one of the inspectors when we had a session, it is one, we can never forget, we still have an administrative system, gang cards and controls and whatnot, that should in a form, you can design that with a different reporting system, that you can get back to where the last known location could be. We will be fitting all with the MPL labs, and then we will issue all the handheld devices to all the shafts, and then training of the personnel. So on the one side, we've already trained, you know, all operational personnel. I think after a session that we've had earlier last year, we've pulled back all the handheld devices, recalibrated, including MRS personnel. We had them all trained. So at least one can satisfy that component as an approach for where we have the fully fitted CapLamp tags in place. The second phase then becomes the establishment of network throughout the mine, and with all of that challenges. Because I do think that, you know, the appreciation for 800,000 meters of cable that needs to go in an operating mine, does have its own risk component. And if you don't plan that well, it's also not going to be a success. One of the things that I picked up in some of the discussions that we have, it is quite an investment to be made. And everybody is for the technology, but when you're operating mines and your life of mine becomes less than, in this case, I have a 3-year installation period, but, for the investment to work, 5 years, becomes sort of a challenge. Do I invest that 50 million or not? And it's not to say that we don't want the technology. It's not to say that we all want to safeguard the person, but it becomes a discussion that we need guidance on. Now, to date, I have not received the guidance. There is like a general high-level acceptance to say, well, if we have an administrative thing, but please don't take that to say, well, that has been agreed to. I need a formal written thing. There's some other rules around it to say, on the day of operation, if the system goes off, do you pull people from underground? Does that become the rule? Half of the system off, or when a tag goes off, is that person still allowed to be underground? And I feel like the legislation is quiet around that in this case. And then there is areas that are still left open for interpretation, I feel in the legislation that really needs to be drilled down into a component. I think the last slide I have is really just a summary of, in my case, when I have spoken to the different departments and what we have, I think the installation is probably the biggest challenge we have that informs the timeline that I have. It is one that over one hell of a footprint that we need to get the fiber in underground in an operating mine. If you want to work that out, and there's various scenarios we played with. Do you go weekends? Do you take out? But the problem is the effect of the business and the risk that you run when you do some of this work. I think the other one that was also mentioned today, for the first initial orders that we have created in this journey, the first letters we got back was because of the war, the absence of RAM in the market, because of the AI boom that we are experiencing. And this does not only apply in this technology, any associated processing equipment becomes subject to what we need to deal with there in industry. I don't want to go too much in financial strain, because please don't take this as, it is a burden. It is a financial burden. But I think in the business, if you are allowed to spread it out in a reasonable manner, it would be something that we can accompany the business, because without the business, we also won't be sitting here today. And then I guess the one thing that is still stuck in my mind is that, if we think for once that, and I guess Carl has shared a lot in their learnings and the upkeep of the system. Willie has shared the same. Now, if we think without those that MPL or a missing person underground, that is the be-all, end-all, I think we are under the wrong impression. With technology today, we can stand here with the newest phone as you much, but without signal, without battery, you don't have signal. And this is why I say, we should be careful, and I'm talking on behalf of, I guess, the Sibanye component, but I guess a lot would agree that what we sell as the be-all, end-all, yes, it is an approach to safety. Yes, it is one where, we embrace the safety part, and it is an improvement. But there is scenarios on that day, the power goes off. This morning, we had a power failure in the Free State region. It was off from 1 o'clock this morning. We only got power restored now. All comm systems went dead. So those things do happen. And then the design part that was mentioned, your backup system, your backup power, is this connected to a sole source, an independent source? And all of those design criteria then makes this quite a complex scenario that you need to deal with. So it is not easy. I'm all for technology, but this is the real, I guess, discussion that people need to understand when we share the views and what we are embarking on in this process. Technology has shown us today, in a lot of cases, that when it works, when it's online, It's great. It is the improvement. That is how AI is taking us to a whole new level. But the day it goes off and without signal, we are stuck. And the message there is that what is the backup system to what you have installed there? What becomes the redundancy in that event that you need to fight, whether we fight a fire, whether we fight a flood, whether we are looking for a person under a fall of ground, what is the backup system into that? And it brings me back to the point that was made today, that in the event of when we set up, the upkeep, the procedures, the design, the testing of the equipment becomes of utmost importance. So this is my last slide, but that was really, I guess, the message that where we are in today. I think there's a lot that we are doing that it becomes spin-offs of this process. The embrace for the technology is completely there. It is now just to get it in, and the hard yards for us and the journey for us is really starting at the moment. Everything else then becomes a bonus, I guess. So, but thank you for the opportunity. I guess we are all struggling with the same challenges. And I don't think, when we have different discussions, it's one where we need to remain silent in how challenging it is. I generally think that, in some of the engagements, there is different impressions, and I also think there's maybe some skewed impressions. To suppliers, I guess I have one message today as well as there is stuff that I've picked up in industry where people sell it as the be-all, end-all, and we must be careful when we go into that direction and give that type of message to the wrong individuals in the industry, because that will really make us, and that would hurt the industry bigger than where we are at the moment. So the appeal really is, and I think today through a lot of other conversations, was that the need for days like this in the interaction and the platform that we are creating for this becomes so valuable, because as an industry, we can then choose the direction and influence the direction of where we would like to go as responsible engineers and miners into the industry. Thank you very much.
Acknowledgement, thanks, sir. Just for the picture there, for the socials. Yeah, okay, all right. Thanks, Richard. Okay, thanks, your gift, yeah. Yeah, and I really like that Richard mentioned a lot of gaps in the legislation, Fatila, And we actually did reach out to the Chief Inspector, Dushen. I think that's an issue we wanted, him to speak here from a DMPR perspective as the regulator. And but I saw Aaron was here. Do we have a DMPR here, colleagues? Just a show of hands. The regulator. Yes, it's good to see DMPR. And yes, Tabi saying yes, and Aaron, it's good to see you. So that we just take those legislative gaps through MREC, Fatila, and see how we can sort of improve on legislation. More regularly. It doesn't have to be 5 years or 10 years. I think we can be a lot more responsive now, even in our policy changes, colleagues. Yeah. So I think as we wrap up this first section, of mining employers, I think our colleagues, everyone here is very, very important. But I'd just like to, especially, acknowledge Mr. Manas Furi, who's here, CEO of Mine Rescue Services. I think, with the Kappa, Manas, the work yourselves and your team went through, and all that coordination and resources, I think it was mentioned even at COSAFE yesterday, I think, by the Chief Inspector, that, it's really, I don't think we sort of acknowledge and understand the sort of difficulties and challenges you have to go through, So maybe just a round of applause, just Manas, everyone, yeah. I think it's very, yeah. It's very good, I think, to acknowledge that work that you continue doing as we talk emergency preparedness, Yeah, so I think a very, very important section of the program now, without people, Madam Naledi Tsipane, my comrade Naledi is here to speak now. Very excited, Elon Musk's robots, Dushen, will not replace people. That's the reality of the situation, We love technology, we love advances, and the robots that they're testing. But I mean, in the next 100 to 200 years, we will still have people in our mining operations. So I think this is very, very important. This is essentially what we're here for, the people and, organized labor and making sure that the interests of people are also taken care of. I think, so with that, I'd like to then invite Madam Naledi to share, a perspective of organized labor and unions and how they feel about, yes, yeah, if we can please, yeah. Yeah, okay, yes, okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks, madam. No? Okay, sure. Thanks.
Thank you very much, comrades. I'm free now. Now I can feel that I'm free. Brian, I'm worried. Everyone was given an induction on the system here. So I would also like to be given an induction on where to point and who to point. I can see you, but I need you to come on stage to come and show you how to point. Waiting for that, comrades, good afternoon. Comrades and colleagues, I hope, Brian, you're going to allow me to use the word comrades because that's the language that we understand better as organized labor. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for the induction, comrade. It is indicated in the program that I am from the National Union of Mine Workers. Yes, indeed, comrades and colleagues, I work for the National Union of Mine Workers. But today I'm standing here representing organized labor. I think you can all see the slide, and at the bottom of the slide, there are, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 logos of different unions. That means that today, as much as I work for the National Union of Mine Workers, I am representing all these 5 unions. So it must be noted that the input that I'm going to present here today, it's not the input of the National Union of Mine Workers, but the input of all these 5 unions here, which is the National Union of Mine Workers, NUMSA, AMCU, WASA, and Solidarity. And thank you so much, Brian, for the invitation. Indeed, we are here for people. Indeed, we are here for workers. We are gathered here today to talk about health and safety, or safety of our members and workers. Thank you so much. Okay. The context and purpose of the missing person locator is to ensure every worker returns home safely, to address the risks in underground and high-risk environments, strengthening emergency response and capability. Comrades and colleagues, we don't wear these overalls, we don't wear these hard hats, we don't wear these safety shoes to go underground to die. We are wearing them to go and work, to take care of our families. What are these missing person locator systems? They are technologies used to track workers' location, RFID, Wi-Fi, GPS, and hybrid system, which are integrated with control rooms and rescue teams. We want to also talk about the regulatory and compliance view. We want alignment with Mine Health and Safety Act. And comrades, we must note well, all underground miners must carry safe devices capable of locating them in case of emergencies, formation of an integral part of mine emergency preparedness and responses. The role of inspectors is very important, and I'm glad that, Brian, we've got inspectors here. Colleagues and comrades, your role is very important to assist us. To do inspection, conduct inspection, we want to see reports, we want to see audits with regards to the system. Employers must comply, and we are relying on you as inspectors to make sure that that is happening. Accountability, we want employers to take full accountability because it's their responsibility to make sure that members and employees are safe underground. Why this matters to us as organized labor? Comrades, we all know, comrades and colleagues, we all know that workers face hazardous conditions daily that we cannot run away from. We know that members and workers are facing hazardous conditions daily. The delays in locating missing workers cost lives. Families and communities, comrades and colleagues, are directly affected. And I want to emphasize this, colleagues. I think you can see that that is in red. It's not us who are saying that. It's a constitutional imperative. That is Section 11 of the Constitution of this country that states everyone has the right to life. And that is the main reason why we are gathered here today. We wanted to make sure that every member, every employee is safe. This right, comrades and colleagues, is fundamental and universal. Hazardous conditions. The main responsibility to protect and safeguard human dignity rests with the state. Both the state and the employer have the responsibility to protect bodily integrity, protection of injury and occupational harm, human dignity. Lessons learned from the past incidents, impact on historical disasters. This highlight institutional and technological gaps. And comrades, like we all agree that there are gaps, and that is why we are here today. We are here today to join hands as tripartite, which is state, employer, and organized labor, to make sure that we close those gaps. The need for effective communication. I mean, Fatila, earlier in your address, you spoke about effective communication. As organized labor, we are emphasizing that as well, that let's have effective communication. I mean, colleagues and comrades, we agree that if there's no communication, that can lead to delay rescue. Real-time intervention is imperative. There's a need for real-time tracking and accountability, and I'm glad that the employers who were here, they were talking about that as well. Fatila, you were also talking about that. So we are talking one thing as tripartite structures. Our expectations as organized labor, we want to see systems, or we want to have systems that are reliable and accurate. Real-time monitoring and alerts, systems which are linked to rescue plans. And I'm glad that we've got rescue teams here. We want to have systems linked to these rescue plans. Faster decision-making during incidents. Coordination with the mine rescue services. Systems and styles. We've got two different types of styles here as we were preparing this presentation as organized labor. The first one, we call it SMR style and CNN style. On the SMR, it's challenges and concerns. On the other hand, it's health, safety, and privacy of our members or privacy of employees. On the challenges and concerns, system failures underground, maintenance and cost issues, resistance to adoption. And on this one, colleagues and comrades, resistance is not only on other employers. That can also be on our side as organized labor. Members can resist. But on that, we take full responsibility as organized labor to take them through the process because we know what we want to achieve. So we want the employers to also take that responsibility to make sure that these devices are implemented. Health, safety, and privacy. System must protect workers' dignity. Clear policies on data use. No misuse for disciplinary surveillance. Colleagues, this one I think we need to emphasize. You know, our mandate as organized labor is to make sure that we protect our workers or our members. No misuse for disciplinary surveillance. It's blank on it can't be me. I'm on the part of recommendations. I wanted to raise these recommendations. I did. Surely you can do it from where you are. And I know maybe why is this happening because I was talking about a very important issue. There's nothing here. And please be rest assured that I'm not going to be shaking. I'm still going to go back. I'm pressing.
Which slide are you looking for?
Comrade Gaps, I hope you are taking note.
Which slide are you looking for?
Recommendations.
There we go.
Is it showing? Okay. But la ayikho la, hayiyo mo go nna mo. There's nothing here. Why was it off? If I may ask.
I don't know. Technical issues.
Okay. Thank you very much, colleagues and comrades. We can continue. The recommendations from us as organized labor, mandatory implementation across the mines, mandatory implementation across the mines, regular testing, calibration, and auditing, joint oversight committees. Workers must be trained on systems, and I'm glad that every speaker raised this issue of training. So we're also saying members and workers must be trained on the systems, inclusion in design and implementation, continuous feedback mechanism. We want to have continuous feedback on the system, on how it's working or the challenges that we're facing. Can I now press? In conclusion, technology is an enabler, not a substitute. Culture of safety remains critical. Shared responsibility, employers, organized labor, and state. Every worker counts. Locator system saves lives. Organized labor support implementation with safeguards. And colleagues and comrades, our last words as organized labor is that no amount of money is worth losing a life of a member or an employee. Thank you so much.
All right, colleagues, we're nearing the end of our program. I think we're not doing too badly, Letitia, with time. So a very, very important, the best for last, Letitia, like we agreed, right? We'll have Letitia on stage now, Director of SPASA. As Minerals Council, we, very passionate about, small-scale mining, junior miners. We have a junior mining desk, Dushen, and we support sort of like development and growth of the sector. And I think Reichardt mentioned, if costs are an issue, so we need to ensure that we encourage competition and eventually drive costs of these technologies lower so that everyone can have a chance. Yeah, so over to Letitia. I'm sure she'll share more. Thank you. Thanks. Over to you, Letitia. Thanks. Yeah.
Just checking left or right. Aha. Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to give the small surface mines a voice, and it is quite difficult to be the last one. But just to put in context, we have 39 mining companies under our membership and 120 plus quarries across South Africa. And yes, there is challenges with regards to technology, but we don't let that set us back. And the one thing that I want everybody to realize is that if we say we cannot afford it, it does not mean that we do not put other measures in place to keep people safe, because zero harm is the drive, whether it's with the technology or without. Just in context, our working areas are much smaller than a mine. When I heard 45 minutes to get to an employee that's injured, it will take a quarry 7 minutes. A cycle time for an ADT is 7 minutes. If my ADT did not get to the tipping point, I know exactly there's something wrong with that operator, just to put it in context. So why did it jump now? Our employee numbers are low, so it's 3 employees to 100 employees. There's limited geographical footprint. Surface open pits have solid high walls, boulder release from high walls, not the entire high wall, or free digging 1 to 3 meter walls. It's not confined, at most restricted in chutes and hoppers. Few work area and activities. There's clear line of sight across workings. There might be 3 individuals in the pit in isolation, but in vehicles and radio contact. Our commodity is dolerite, dolomite, granite, lime, etc., or dimension stone. Stockpile dressing and overhangs is managed. Visibility of employees is important and imperative through check-ins, radio contact and cell phone contact. And small-scale mines did not wait for person locator systems to come into effect. Why is emergency preparedness critical? It links directly to the Mine Health and Safety Act. Our smaller operations with 50 employees are not necessarily low risk. We do have fire, vehicle incidents, blasting incidents, environmental emergencies can happen. And the DMPR expects a functional system, not just documentation. Emergency preparedness is not compliance paperwork, it is the mine's ability to prevent escalation, save lives, and demonstrate control during those times. Crisis on call, and it is not a one only supplier that we want to share here today, but this is one that an industry member has been using since 2017, and it was interesting, it was exactly at the time when that research paper came out. So the gaps that Crisis on Call covers for this mine and many other mines with other suppliers is medical expertise, incident coordination, trauma support, 24/7 structured response capabilities, and on-the-road response. Remember, railroad, to look after your employees while they're on the road as well. So the key benefits, it's immediate expert guidance, real-time telephonic support, structured incident management, brings order to chaos, ensures correct escalation, medical and trauma support, guidance before the ambulance arrives, psychological support post the incident, business continuity, faster stabilization, controlled response, and cost-effective. Practical examples, operator rollover in the pit. So the supervisor secures the scene, calls Crisis on Call, receives instruction on stabilizing the patient, ambulance dispatched with correct info, incident escalated properly, the family communication managed professionally, the outcome controlled, compliant, no escalation, and quick. So where does it start? And I think that is where everybody spoke about integration. Your risk assessment must identify all potential events that could happen. Your emergency plan linked to those possible events. The training on the emergency protocols. The equipment that you need to be able to handle those specifics. And then external support to add on to what the company does not have. So typical emergency risks at smaller mines is blasting incidents, TMM accidents, crushing and screening entanglement, veld fires, environmental incidents, lightning exposure, and medical emergencies. And more so medical emergencies with pain on chests and shortness of breath. Small mines implement immediately, define clear emergency roles and authority, create simple decision flow diagrams, standardized communication channels, train and using real scenarios, and the law only to make sure that the people are, and your outside resource can come to your emergency in the agreed time frame. Establish external support partnership, test the system, and ensure documentation to match those. Small mines, insurance, and you have insurance on equipment. So you need insurance on people, but not just RMA insurance. What about those individuals that travel and that has no medical aid? So the services that includes on Crisis on Call include chronic conditions response, the road and rail support for your truck drivers, because most of our companies also have truck drivers belonging to them. There will be an armband link to follow soon. They do have an armband, Crisis on Call, but it's not GPS or LTE or what's all those fancy things in place yet. There's an app for tracking locations, so if I'm driving from here for work back to my house, it can be tracked. And there is also an emergency button on that app. And soon to be added benefits that I also want to share, that we must not forget there's other items also required in small-scale mining. This system can also add a funeral benefit. It can also grocery savings, where you can save 11,000 Rand per month on your groceries, looking after the overall well-being of our workforce. It can also do post-crime support and trauma management, telephonic legal assistance, and then value vouchers. If you, as a company, want to give immediate recognition, you can use that as well to give them recognition. And now it doesn't want to add. I think everybody likes this one a lot. We all want recognition. Can you move my slide, please? It's stuck this side. Just to the next one. And then one, I think, that is so critical in skills and supporting our children. There's also a telephonic tutor available linked to this. So looking at an holistic support for members. So small-scale mining is not that backward when you look at what we are doing. Although we don't maybe have person locator systems, but we do things to protect our people and look after the overall well-being. Hey, it does not want to move this side. Can you go to the next one? So I think in a nutshell, risk assessments, identifying the emergencies is critical. Identifying the controls and testing those controls with drills. What can be implemented? What can the equipment do that you can implement? And things that we have to answer here is, can it work in water? If I know the ADT went down the pit, we won't be able to determine the exact location, but the last location. That is critical to understand. Can the person locator system be detecting under sand or aggregates? It cannot. It will only give you the last location. So rather have something to know last location through line of sight and communication. Understand the technology and understand the necessary controls. And understand the operational need in line with the requirement. You just go to the next one. It doesn't want to move. It's not moving. So emergency preparedness is not about having resources, it's about having control. Control comes from clarity, training, and the right support at the right time. Thank you so much.
Thanks for the picture. Awesome. Okay, thank you. Thanks. Yeah, colleagues, I think we've reached the end of that section. Thanks to all speakers. I think we're just getting ready now for our last segment, which I think is probably the most important for us. We're all about solutions, so we'll ask that we take a 10-minute break. And then I'll just ask our speakers and presenters to be ready to come on stage. I think that's where the test is, maybe. Yeah. But the idea is to, take the questions and respond collectively. It doesn't have to be a question directed to Fatila or. So we take the question, and then as a collective on the panel, we then just engage, have a discussion. Because I believe that's actually where the solutions and recommendations and way forward will come from if we have that interaction, and we obviously don't have all the answers, but where we can't answer as a panel, we certainly go back and we make notes, give a report, and then take it forward, because success for this workshop, Tushen, are those questions and answers, and then recommendations then we need to make to whoever we need to make to, whether it's government or the OEMs, technology partners, so that we have a way forward. It's not just a talk shop and a nice lunch. We have some action going forward. Yeah, colleagues, I think on that note, can I ask then we take a 10-minute break, and then we're back here maybe at 12:05. And then if I can ask the venue just to set up the chairs, and then the presenters, please, to just come to the front so that we have that quick session and we close it off. It won't be long. We won't take too many questions. Thanks, colleagues. Thanks. Thanks.
2. Two. 2. 2. 2.
Colleagues, can I ask that we come back to the venue so we can finish this last section? And if I can ask please the speakers and presenters to make their way onto the stage so that we can start our panel discussion. We won't make it very long. Yeah, Tushen, are you coming through as well for Minerals Council, or? Yeah, okay, no, it's fine. All right, I don't think we'll need all of the chairs, even if we just sit.
It's like a COVID spread.
Like a COVID.
We leave a chair.
We can't proceed without you. Okay. Okay. All right, colleagues, thank you very much. As I said, this is the last and probably most important section, of the program, where we look at having a bit of interaction. We don't want this to be just a one-way where people are speaking. Yeah, but I hope I'm audible. Yeah, is it okay now? Is it fine? Okay, all right. Yeah, no, thanks, colleagues. As I said, it's the last section where we look to concluding the session, and the most important thing is we need to have some recommendations and way forward from this event. Yeah, please come, lady. And, we're inviting now questions, having heard Nomvula explaining the regulations and where we are from a compliance perspective. Vili, Rehad, and Carol shared their perspectives from the mines and their challenges, and most importantly, I think Rehad raised gaps as well that we need to close from a DMPR perspective. Naledi shared also passionately about the experience of workers and what the expectations are, and, not to use this as sort of an abuse tool and so on. I think we do this responsibly, for the benefits of all parties involved. I think Letitia also shared, their perspective from SPASA and member mines, junior miners, small-scale mining. We're very passionate about developing that sector of the economy as well. Yeah, so colleagues, I will just invite questions now. And, bearing in mind that the questions are to find solutions, And as a panel, we'll respond, collectively. And if there's a particular panel member that, wants to respond, we'll take that, and then we take it from there. I hope we have many questions, but because of time, obviously, maybe we'll just start with 3 questions for now and take it from there. So the idea is to not spend more than 30 minutes on this session, and we'll take it from there. Any burning questions or any colleague that would like to, ask our esteemed panel? And then I see a hand, Aaron, the MPR, a hand. I see a hand in the front here as well. Any takers on this side? Maybe a third question, so we do a round. Okay, thank you, sir. And then Akani is helping us with the microphones, and Pumi on that side. Pumi is close to Aaron. Yes, so we'll take the first question. When you ask the questions, we'd just like you to maybe mention who you are and maybe who you represent, which company you're coming from or group, so that we can just make note of that and follow up if we need to. If you can just please stand, and then you'll have the microphone, introduce yourself, and then we take it from there. I'm just not taking any notes, but I'll try and remember. The panel is also listening, so yeah. Please go ahead, sir.
Microphone is not okay, right? Seems to be on. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aaron Nkosi. I'm one of the inspectors in Mpumalanga region from DMPR. To me, it's something that obviously it emanated from Valley about obviously the challenges with regulations. It's something that I would like to throw to the industry because this seems to be a very consistent problem that exists. When CPS and PDS were dealt with, it also came up. I think we need to rethink how we deal with problems because it becomes very difficult from the regulator to deal with some of the challenges. Because if we look at the background is all of these problems, they emanate or they come from the mining industry. Like the disasters that we had all these years, they keep on coming. And when the solutions were developed to solve the problem, and there was nothing that was raised during that time. And it becomes regulation. Then when it becomes regulations, we normally see a number of problems that are occurring, like what about the life of mine? What about the size of mine? Can we afford this? The cost, let me say, of this, which is actually a big problem, which I think as an industry we need to rethink about this. Because why did we end up here? There was fatals that are happening. We are losing lives. So something needed to be done. But the industry at that time, when 2 or 3 serious accidents happened, the industry does not support as it does today to develop a solution so that we find ourselves, so that we don't have to come to developing a system which becomes too expensive for the industry. So that's one point that we need to re-look at exactly how we deal with problems that come from the mines. The second one, when it comes to funding or how much that is let me say, systems that are put to the mine, we need also to rethink about that. Because if I look at the support that is here, what is preventing the industry from developing a system, if we need it, a system that will be funded by all the companies involving the local, let me say, a university? Then when you fund that, it makes it easier and make it cheaper and more affordable from your side. But to try and solve it when the system is already there and the price already there, it makes it extremely difficult. And the other thing is, from my side is, if I go to the mine, you made the obviously you are represented when the regulations were there. And then when I have to enforce that, and somebody tells me that I have maybe 2 years to go, how do I deal? How do I balance that and say, okay, right, I will allow you to operate without a system and risk that somebody will die or will never be found at that particular mine, and also the cost. How do we do that? So it makes it very difficult, but I think let's try and be more proactive and try and participate. If we can do this before any laws come in, it will make quite a big difference, and it makes my job much more easier. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, sir. I see it's more of a comment than a question. I'm not sure if anyone in the panel would like to respond. Letitia, okay. All right, Letitia, we'll take that. Okay.
This one on. Thank you.
Sorry, Letitia.
Yes.
Can I say maybe we take 3 questions and then, but we'll keep that for Letitia. Yeah, next question, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thembi Shongwe. I'm from Harmony Gold Mine on a space of business improvement, but I'm a miner. I've got some questions. The first questions Two of them is under emergencies. As I was looking at the presentations in different shafts or companies, it's how will the system perform if we have 5 or plus missing persons in one area? Can it differentiate and prioritize the signals? And also, if there's fire or fall of ground in that scenarios, who will activate the system? And another one on the emergencies is what happened if the system shows a person in an area where they are not there? My last one is on the failure mode. If the MPL system goes down, what will be our fallback? Are we going to revert to the manual master things that we do?
One more question, and then I think there's a question there. The ladies. Okay, we'll have another round. The lady there. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody in the room. Thank you very much to the Minerals Council for organizing this session. Really very important that as industry, we convene on such forums to ensure that we remain progressive. My name is Pindile Mkhwebane. I'm from the South African Colliery Managers Association. And what I gather here is that there is a sweet spot between Section 27 and Section 16.7 of the Mine Health and Safety Act. And I think that's where tripartite forums can really take advantage of that low-hanging fruit to ensure that there is cohesion and no ambiguity in any of the things that we are all striving towards, which is the safety of the people that go underground every day. So with that said, how can we ensure that we spend enough time on the tripartite forums discussing the same issues with the same shared common goal, so that we don't take that division and make it break what we're all trying to make work at minimum cost in the most effective way that we can? It's an open question.
Anyone would like to respond to that question? Maybe let's take the comrade that is hand up. Maybe we'll take a fourth question.
Brian, just one question here that you pointed out earlier.
Oh, we had said. Okay, let's go for that.
Thank you, and good day, colleagues. My name is Meshak Dikana, and I'm the Group Shack Manager for CAPM in the Klerksdorp region. My first question is, in fact, all these questions are directed primarily at the colleagues that have already implemented the systems. One is battery life. How do you decide on what is a suitable battery life? And I'm saying this in the context of an employee that went missing, was only noticed at shift clearance that the person didn't come out from underground. So you don't know exactly at what time did the person get lost. And so in a case like that, obviously the response in terms of starting to search for the employee will take place hours later. The second question is, when you were selecting the system from a purely technical perspective and completely ignoring the financial part of it, what technical criteria did you consider to arrive at this specific system that you selected for installation? And lastly, have any of you maybe extended your system up to Reef Horizon? And can these tags send the signal through solid. Maybe there's been a major fall of ground in the crosscut or something like that. Can you still pick up the signal in a case like that? Thank you.
Maybe let's answer this round and then we'll start with Pumi then for the next one.
Thanks, Brian. Thanks to Aaron. I got your first name only. I can't remember your surname, legislator, for that comment. And it's an important comment for small surface mines. The law is for small artisanal mining, small scale and large scale mines. So it's one law which causes a real big problem for us. Because the minimum standard for collision avoidance, if you read it correctly, the solution is level 9. And if you read the law, it says prove that you have significant risk. The small mines do the risk assessments, and then the legislator comes and override the risk assessment of the mine to say you still need it. There's brilliant entry technologies that we can afford and maintain. So our main thing is that risk-based approach is not necessarily followed across South Africa and for small-scale mining. And hence the thinking that we don't want to comply or refuse to comply, but your risk assessment and controls will prove, and the incidents. Just remember small-scale mining, the size of the equipment, the amount of people. Consequence is a fatal, we understand that, but your likelihood is reduced considerably by the amount of people and the equipment that you have on site, and that's not always considered, and that's our plea at every platform. Even when we sit in the legislative sessions with the Mine Health and Safety Council tripartite forums, that is our first entry point and request. So I hope that helped, and I think that will help us a lot to have all of these differences removed. Thank you.
Okay, on the question, if there's 5 or more people trapped, will the system pick all 5? The answer is yes, they will. The secondary question is will the system prioritize? No, the system will not prioritize, but what it will do is it will enable the rescue teams with information to prioritize. So the system itself, there is nothing in there that will prioritize. So it will give. It's basically the rescue team that will have to make that prioritization. The other question or extended question, we never experienced anything that we picked up somebody and there was nobody. That we've never picked up. Every time that we had an emergency, a rescue operation, we walked straight to the person. So we never picked up that the system said he was there and there was nothing. So I hope that answered all the questions in that regard. In terms of how did we select the system, obviously Richard can also comment on that, but what we've looked at it is to how can we interface with that system, or can the system interface with the other systems that we have? You will not make a decision on isolation in terms of this is the best system and then it is not possible for any integration to any other system. So for us, the integration part was the most important part of that decision. Thank you.
Yeah. I will respond to 2. I think that criteria, so we spent, in essence, it's a year that we spent on criteria. Now, I didn't say it in the presentation, but let me tell you, once you start to work with networking and IT people, that criteria becomes something different. So from a criteria point of view, I think it's as Carl said, when you start with your criteria, one of the items becomes the environment you want to go in. It becomes how integratable do you want it with your existing infrastructure? And I think to some extent, you also need to keep in mind where you are going to. So many times we design for what we have at the moment, but in this case, you almost need to design with the end in mind. Because if you don't do that, you will just redesign and you'll hit a barrier here. So it is going to be one where you need to open it up, because bandwidth becomes an issue. Data becomes an issue. It becomes with, do you want 4K video or are you happy with 72 gigs? Okay, so it's really one where you need to sit down before you start, because remember what we are entering into here is just a small snapshot or functionality of a network. The network becomes the prime mover, and what you want to do, integratability, what is the end in mind, how far do you want to take it? Solid rock penetration at this point, I would still say, is an issue, and that's not what the system is designed to. Many of the tags that you have, and it's fragmented rock, and there you have certain penetrability. And then the last comment is on Reef Horizon, not specific to a lot of the technology that we see today, but there is some technology I'm aware of that really takes you right up to Reef Horizon in a very practical, cost-efficient way. That's a high-level answer. I guess if there's, if you want to talk real technical spec, we can keep you busy with everything, and I think that we should take, happy to talk offline or online with that. I think Aaron has an important comment when we talk about, so how do we proactively identify technology? Now, I think that is almost a workshop in its own. Because what I am experiencing is we tend to, every piece of technology that we are currently employed, whether we talk locos, whether we talk winches, CAS level 9, it was a consequence of we've lost too many people. Now, if you go through many, and I think in my portfolio currently, a lot of accidents is stuff that I do investigate and are part of a team. Now, it's no simple answer because we still deal with people, and we have a culture not only on site, but I guess many times in South Africa that we need to address. But how do we deal with proactive and how do we identify? I think it's simply by sharing a lot more and using the platforms available. And I think here the request would be is many times when we deal with incident reports, many has reverted to leading and lagging indicators. Now, if we really start to drill down and we take leading indicators, HPIs, possible loss of life, and we start to share the real material, in a bigger forum, and we have the participation, I think there's a lot that we can learn and identify and advance before it becomes a regulation or a law. That's maybe a short response to that.
Yeah. When it comes to from the question of the battery life, the law says the battery life must be risk assessed because you cannot prescribe for all the mine, cannot be a blanket approach, but it does indicate that it must last for the entire shift duration and after the shift. So each mine would do the risk assessment looking at the shifts. Sometimes the shifts are 8 hours, others are 12 hours, but you need also to consider overtime. So you find that there is an allowance on your overtime policy that you can work 2 shifts. So if your first shift was 8 hours, you're going to have another 8 hours if needed, if maybe the supervisor that was supposed to relieve the other supervisor didn't come through. There are policies that allows people then to work 16 hours. It means the shift can then be 16 hours, but it must last beyond that 16 hours the way I understand it. So it requires that the risk assessment takes all those factors, looking at how far it takes to get to the working areas if people get lost. Like Letitia said, in the quarries, it's quite easy to find people when the shift is over. Within 30 minutes, everybody should be back from their working areas. But in other mining operations, you'll find that it takes long to travel, it takes long to get back to the office to go and report to the supervisor. So all those factors will determine what should be the battery life for your own operation. Then you can engage your supplier in that regard. On the question of how can we engage more, I'm not sure if I understand your question, but the way I understand it is that how can we spend enough time to discuss these things before they become a regulation. Actually, in all the regulations, there's no regulation where there was no a proper consultation. There's committees, that all these committees are tripartite, where the employers, the state, and the organized labor, they are part of those committees to discuss the matters before they become law. But before even before they even go back to the minister to propose that this should be a regulation, it also gets to be circulated to all of us here, to all the mining houses, to say, guys, here is the proposal from the committee. Please put your comments. We give you 2 months. Sometimes, I mean, that's an extended period for the committees in the operations to sit and discuss and put in their comments and send back to the convener. And Lerato does a good job in getting those comments and present them back to the committees before then it can be finalized. What the challenge that we sometimes face is the comments back from the employers or anybody that wants to comment, the employees as well, or whoever that find that there is a gap. They do not get to be returned back and returned to the committees. Then wait 2 months, sometimes we extend the period because we see, I mean, if you don't have comments and you don't want to really to jump into the regulation with that, time gets extended and a few comments then gets to be reviewed, then it gets finalized, and then the minister is sent a note of a recommendation of this is what the industry wants. Only after that, when this thing is regulated, that's when most of the time then people complain to say, but this is not practical, we are not able to implement. So I will recommend that when we see these comments, this note to say comment on this matter before it's regulated, let's do so.
Thank you very much. I just want to add on your last response. Indeed, there are structures in place. There's Mine Health and Safety Council Board, and its main mandate is to advise the minister on the issues relating to health and safety. And like my colleague has said, there are committees, I mean, advisory committees, where we get to sit down and deal with these issues properly. And like she said, these structures, it's tripartite. We've got employers, state, and organized labor. Even this regulation that we're talking about today here, the 16.7, employers were aware of it. We all adopted it as tripartite structures. Thank you.
Colleagues, let's thank you to our esteemed panel. I think those were good responses, and we're just keeping notes. And then we'll just open another round, a final round of questions, just 3 questions, colleagues. You know, starting with Comrade, and then there's a, can you assist, we'll just take 3 colleagues for now. And then I'll see the lady in front of me, and then Akani, one more question, because there's so many now.
We have 2 this side.
I've got 2 this side.
Yep.
Okay. And what we'll do, colleagues, Tushan, I think we'll just open, we'll share an email address, like some of the other questions I think we can take, and then we'll just circulate, because we've got everyone that RSVP'd, we've got your email addresses, and we'll just share that response and the reports for this, Tushan. No? Yeah, I think that's it, because this is very important, and it might not end, you know, we can go until the evening today. So let's just take those 3 questions, colleagues. I think Akani and Pumi will help me, and then we can have the responses. Yeah. Please go ahead, Comrade.
Thanks, Comrade Brian. Lomelana is Comrade Gaza,
yes,
from NUM National Office. Look, this journey started around in 2014.
Could you please closer to the mic?
Yeah, this journey started in 2014. I'm sure now we are not on an initial stage now. We are in a stage that we need to implement this in Locator. And there were a lot of inputs that were being done before. It was gazetted. This research started in 1998, if I recall. it's even more than 10 years or even 15 years. You know, if Harmony, Goldfields, and Smiley have started the work, what prevents other mining companies to do that? That's a question. I'm sure that when we come out here, all the mines will follow. Let us encourage you to follow. In the presentation that's from Goldfields, Harmony, and Sibani, there's slightly that I did not see with regards to the challenges pertaining to workers in terms of implementing the system itself. You remember the acting CEO have said that as workers and even as us as organizers, we need to encourage our workers and members in order to understand the system. I just wanted to check from your side what are the challenges so that at least when you come out here, we know as at the office that you can be able to do something, talk to our regional leadership so that we can be able to help. Because I think it's very important to all of us. This is to save lives. Thank you very much.
Okay. We'll take a note.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Walter Kyabecho. I'm coming for Vedanta Zinc International. They're in the Northern Cape. I've got two questions. In terms of the Masons Persons Locator system, I didn't see a presentation on the specifications because there's a tendency that once the law is out, we are very quick to implement. And later, we realize that the specifications are actually in development and they get communicated. And then it's difficult for the mines to revert back now to be able to comply. So I'm not sure if there's a presentation on the specifications of the missing persons locator system. The other thing that maybe it becomes difficult. Sorry, and the reason why I'm saying that is because I'm not sure do we need to go again through UP for testing and so forth. I think that that's very important for the industry to understand, especially the mining houses. And one, now he's dead. Okay. And the second, I think we need to break down missing persons locator systems. I think we need to break it down into simpler terms for those that don't understand it. Because I understand the missing persons locator is just a device. But with it, you need like the Wi-Fi's and and the infrastructure actually for it to become a system. So I think maybe on our presentations, on the next presentations, maybe if we can just make it clear on what we mean by the missing persons locator, because right now it just, for somebody who doesn't know, they might think that it is just a device, and then once you purchase it, you're up for it. But actually, there's more to it, as per the presenters have said. I thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Novubeli. I'm coming from Petra Diamonds. The question that I have is the intent of the regulations. Was it only to safeguard employees in the mining area? Because in our case, we do have tailings, for example, that are within zones of influence in communities, Refilwe, and I think we know what happened in with the dam failure. If that happens, what are we saying in host communities? Are we, because we are also still responsible, the tailings are still ours? What do we do there in terms of these regulations? Have we covered that sufficiently? Because I think also to identify each community member, that comes with its own challenges. But what do we do there? Because those tailings are still ours. And then the second question is for mining houses that have implemented the resolution of this device. What is the minimum requirement? Is it in an area or is it specifically where the person is? What is the minimum requirement? I know we can do better, but is it in an area that that person is? Is it 10 meters, 5 meters, or is it actually exactly where that person is? Thank you.
I want to ask, are the panel members staying for lunch? Because I want to encourage that some of the discussions we can have in that period, colleagues, just to manage time as well. And of course, we can easily go through another 5, 10 questions, If I can just respectfully ask that maybe we close for now, and then let the panel answer these questions, and then during the lunch and networking session, we can continue with the discussions, colleagues, if you can please allow us. Thanks. Maybe let's take those responses, colleagues.
Okay, let me start with with your question, Kubele, in terms of if the regulation does cover, in terms of a tailing dams collapse and the community. It's not covered in there yet. I think those are the type of suggestions that then they can come forth for the committees to discuss. I heard also during our engagements during tea time as well, there are other colleagues that are saying, hey, we also see gaps in the regulation. Some of the things are not covered. These things are quite useful when they come to the forth and the communities can go back and review. At the moment, it's silent in terms of communities missing persons.
Just in terms of the technology. So there was a question that the technology existed a long time and that we took a long time to implement and so forth. So the technology exists, agree, but it was not in a workable solution underground. That technology had to be developed further into a package to make it workable. So many times there's a technology, but it is not, let's call it deployment ready. So it takes you years to develop that specific technology to make it deployment ready. I mean, we saw it, we worked from 2014, the initial trials that we did, we made lots of mistakes. So the technology was there. However, it was not developed to get to the, or make it implementable immediately. I hope that answered the question. So then in terms of the specifications, it is very difficult to say what the specifications should be. It is in fact impossible for us here sitting to say what your specification should be. Again, it depends to your specific environment that you work, and then also to your own requirements. So the best is to discuss your requirements with different suppliers and to see who will best suit you, and then you write your specifications according to that. There are so many options that you can look at, and again, it is having the vision or the view in what will be the requirements in the next 5 years. I mean, that is the requirements now. But what is going to be the requirements in the next 5, in the next 10 years? Will your system be able to adopt to that? And that is why you will have to have the discussion with the service providers to see what they can do and how ready the system is for technologies that's already existing, but it is not developed into a package that it is marketable.
Okay.
Yeah, I will just respond to one, and I think it was one that the comrade said, if I can use your words. What's the biggest challenge? I think in all of this, it's people. But it's the understanding. I'm not sure but I probably talk loud enough. It is the understanding of what we do. I remember when we started, you are correct that When this technology started, it started as tracking, and that worked through many, many concerns around across the board. Now, I think the first part is, and the one thing that we experience, with all of these type of technologies, when it comes to signals and PDS, is the misunderstanding of what that system and how it operates. I can tell you the first thing that comes to mind when people see person locating is, yes, but will I be tracked? Will you be able to see me in X, Y, and Z? And that's the truth. I mean, we cannot hide behind the truth. The application of the data is one, as if we are all one and united to say it's the safeguard of people, there's no other way in doing it. You add a device to a person, and we need to see in the case of an emergency. Is there other spin-offs? Yes, there is. How you apply it, well, that becomes every stakeholder's own prerogative. I think Willie mentioned it, but it is important. So the way that I've learned to do it, or a way that works, is that prior engagement and understanding what is the end goal, what are we intending, where are we going, and how will it be applied, really helps a lot. Because the misunderstanding of technology and the data and the application thereof, that leads to tampering. I mean, I can tell you, I think anybody that rolled out technology in any form, or a beacon, speed up, speed down, locating, there's a first phase of sabotage, interference, and you just go get there. And I think many other mines also battle with, we specifically have a large component of illegal miners that we are battling with. Now, dealing with the safeguard of your own people, the management of illegal mining, and combining all of that to make sure that we have the infrastructure available to deal with our own intent is a hell of a challenge. But I guess if we unite and we get that alignment right up front, and we understand that this is for the safe keeping of our people, the biggest asset, that's probably the shortest route. Now, saying it is easy, implementing it, we will also always have challenges. Thanks.
I just want to add on technology and the adoption of technology, just to add on. One technology is not a solution for mine A, B, C, and D in the same format. It's not like downloading an app on your phone and it works immediately. It is site-specific. Your testing is site-specific. So if you have 10 mines, you have to test 10 times to make sure that it's adaptable in that environment. And that's why it takes so long. It's not one size fits for all or one solution fits for all. And it really takes time. And on surface, there's more interference than underground. And that's where most of the challenges are as well. So it's not a quick fix, definitely not. And the reliability must be proven at each mine with that solution. Thank you.
Right. No, thank you. Thank you so much to our panel. I think they've done a great job, colleagues. And thanks to yourselves, colleagues. I think those were very good questions, that make all of us think. So, we'll open the channel, colleagues, for communication. Any further questions, we'll direct and give those responses and have a summarized reports and outcomes of this and share with everyone. I think the communication must keep going, Tushen. I think it can't end here, so that's where we have some tangible outcomes out of this. So, colleagues, again, a round of applause as our panel step off. And and then thanks so much, and thanks colleagues, thank you so much. And then we'll now invite my colleague. Sorry. Oh, the microphone. Okay. All right, colleagues, again, thank you so much to our panel. And Lerato will give us closing remarks. I'm sure my colleague won't take too long, madam. Lunch, because you're interfering with lunch hour now. Okay. And then, we'll wrap up very, very soon, colleagues. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, madam. No? Thanks. Yeah, thank you.
Can you hear? How's this thing working? It's not fair. I'm not this tall. Colleagues, good afternoon. Let me start first by thanking Dushendra and Brian, my colleague, for ensuring that I'm the last speaker of the day. Because if you know Setswana, you'll understand we've got an idiom that says, "Moja morago ke kgosi." Loosely translated, it says, "She who eats last is queen." Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. As we have gotten to the end of our missing person locator system day of learning, please allow me to start by sincerely thanking each and every one of you who came here, made time to be here today to join us. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for your presentations. Thank you for your engagement. Thank you for sharing openly your experiences. Colleagues, today is not merely about compliance. It is about people. It is about protecting lives. The missing person locator regulations were introduced because as an industry, we have experienced painful incidents where workers underground could not be located in time during emergencies. And in certain of those instances, we have sadly lost people that we could have been able to save had we reached them sooner. That is the truth behind these regulations, colleagues. And it is for that reason that us, as the Minerals Council of South Africa, representing employers, support the intention and the urgency of these regulations because they align perfectly with our commitment to zero harm. At the same time, we also humbly acknowledge that the regulations are very new still, and that the companies out there, many of them, are genuinely trying to comply, but are unfortunately having to deal with challenges around planning, around budgeting, around sourcing required technology, about understanding the regulations correctly, and basically also around having to introduce systems into already existing operations. Colleagues, that's exactly why today was important. The purpose of today was to create a space to allow for companies to learn from one another. For those companies that have already started implementing the systems, to come and openly share what worked, what did not work, what lessons had to be learned, but most importantly, what practical steps they had taken to ensure they progress in their objective to comply to the regulations and also save lives in emergencies. I'd like to also acknowledge the regulator's presence here and thank you for making time to attend, because personally I find you better get a sense and a feel of the current challenges that the mining companies are having to deal with in order to ensure that they comply. Thank you also so much to our other social partner, organized labor, because today is about the people and today is about protecting lives. Menaledi, thank you. If today even helped one company gain better understanding, clearer direction, or even more confidence in their journey to compliance, then it means this day of learning would have achieved its purpose. I wasn't gonna say this, but hey, why not hijack the opportunity to say, or maybe before I do, I must specifically thank those companies that shared with us their journey, particularly for your vulnerability to stand in front here and acknowledge that it wasn't an easy journey. We had to overcome certain challenges. Thank you to all the other companies that attended today, also because they acknowledge they are struggling to comply. Thank you for setting your ego aside to come here and say, let me go and learn from those that are doing it already. Colleagues, I did say today was about openly sharing and openly learning, because there's a Zulu idiom that says, indlela ibuzwa kwabaphambili. Loosely translated, it says, you ask for directions from those that have already traveled their journey, right? And then lastly, let me hijack this opportunity to say thank you very much for trusting me to represent the mining industry as an employer convener at the Mine Health and Safety Council's Mining Regulations Advisory Committee, MREC. I am taking this opportunity to plead with our employer member mines to support me, to support the Minerals Council in ensuring that we've got the right technical skills at MREC, because that is a advisory committee that is mandated to review or develop regulations or guidelines, right? I am a social scientist by background. I do need the technical expertise of yourselves as engineers to ensure that the law or the policies, regulations, guidelines that we produce and recommend to the Minister for promulgation meet their objectives of saving lives, but at the same time ensuring operational viability. Colleagues, let's remember that every little improvement we make towards saving lives in health and safety is critically important, because at the end of the day, someone, somewhere, is waiting for that miner to come back home safely. I pray for travel mercies as you will be driving back home, and I invite you to share lunch with us. Thank you very much.
Okay. Right, thanks. Let's come to the front. I know our queen, to share our queen gets a gift as well, definitely. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks. Thanks, Ratana. All right. Yeah, colleagues, we're at the very tail end of the event. Thank you very much, and thanks to Lerato, for the passionate closing. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to the exhibitors, that took their time also to be here, and make this event what it is. Thanks to all of you for taking time. Thanks to our Meropa colleagues. I'm sure Akani will sleep tonight, in peace. Our partners in organizing this event. Yeah, so I think that's all I can say for now. And again, all the presentations that were shared today are on our Minerals Council website. So if you go onto our website, you'll find all the material. And if you've subscribed to our mailing list as Mineral Council, it should be in your inbox as well. So we encourage you to subscribe, and you'll get more information there going forward, even maybe with other events as well. Yeah. So colleagues, that's all from me for now. And then I think it's just lunch. I think that's also very important. Ushers are outside, so they will show you where the lunch venue is. I think we can officially close the event, colleagues. We are adjourned. Thank you very much. Stuart, good to see you, Stuart. Okay. All right, thanks. Thanks, colleagues. Thanks.